as well. Okay, cool. Cool. Got that all going. Spotify, shut up. Go away. Go away. Exit Spotify, because I don't want it to, do the thing. Where's my music? Me? I'm totally good at freaking whatever the fuck I'm doing. Just wanna get some music. Yeah, we'll just play the normal one. Alright, cool. Alright, cool. So, got that going. Alright. It's stream time, going live, and everything's just coming up roses. Oh, okay, Reflector. Hey. Hi! I don't know why it's frozen. Why are you doing that? Hey, buddy. Why are you frozen? Reflector. Okay, hold on. Alright, it wants to be a little bit of a brat. Hey, excuse you. Okay. I think it's going. There's a light lag on the latency between what's showing and what I'm actually doing. There's a little bit of lag on the hand motion, so I do apologize in advance for that. I am going to be making Scrump out of this kit, and I'm actually going to use my own hook instead of the one they have in here, and that's just for my own sanity, if that makes sense. Because... Oh, it froze again! Oh, is this the game we're playing today? Is this the game we are playing today, Reflector? Not only did I have to restart my computer for you, but you're gonna keep freezing on me. Is that the game we're playing? Oh, you... Okay, apply. Son of a bitch. I always love when I'm trying to do something, and I thought I had it good, I thought I had fixed the problem, and it decides that no. How about we just go ahead and keep giving you trouble? I just want to crochet with people to chat with. Just want to hang out and crochet something. Oh, wow. Okay. Oh, for... Of course, and it keeps changing how I have my things set up. So I'm just like, can you just properly function, please? Like, that's all I would like, is just please. Okay. It froze again! No, it's not you, it's not you. It's literally this program has been giving me hell since the day I purchased it. It is not you at all. Don't even think that it's you. This program has been giving me hell since I, like, first ever got it. So it's not you. If it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. No, it's not you, bruh. Hold on a second. I need to look something up. What's funny is it only is freezing with the camera. When I've used it with my iPad, it just disconnects. So, that's fun. But nah, it's not you, it's just... It just likes to misbehave on me, and I don't know why it does this. Oh, for the love of... Come on. Oh, you just want to do that. Okay. You hear me just type. No, sadly that won't work. This program is just literally against me. I have had... I swear, I don't think I've ever had as many issues with something as this. I do admit this is partially a reason I don't stream as much as I used to stream. It's just because of trying to mess with this program, because I just need to buy a proper camera or something that I'm able to stream with for crafting. Because that's what the big issue is this is also the same program that I use to do my iPad streaming from, and it also... Let's see if you want to behave. Please? Please? Do you want to behave? No. That's not behaving. Come on. Doesn't help too, despite the fact that it is actually, like... And you're already frozen! You... Oh, nope, there it goes. I see it moving. Okay, so it unfroze itself. For once. Alright, let's just get into this before it does it again. Oh, no, it froze. You son of a slut. You slut. Let me make the tiny plushie, damn it! I swear, all my streams are these days is just me complaining about my computer and stuff not functioning the way I want it to function. The other option is trying to download a different type of app to try to do it. I'm just iffy on using that kind of app to do this. So what this one I'm using currently is called Reflector 4. And it's supposed to, like, mirror your screen. So, like, you can use it with your iPad, or you could use it with your, like, in this case, my phone. And there are other apps that you can use just the straight-up camera from your phone, instead of just mirroring the screen. However, I don't necessarily always trust those, and I'm iffy on trying to download one of them. I've seen a couple different ones, and I'm just kind of like, maybe... I'm just not sure. So I'm just trying to figure out, like, what's the best course of action. And it would help. I have a webcam. I just don't know where the fuck it is. I have an actual webcam, but it's such a potato quality camera. I like my phone's camera. It has a good camera. So I'm just like, okay. What do? And I might have to just stop streaming for a moment and try to tech this out. I went live, I was just like, okay, it's working, let's go. And I'm just like, motherfucker, please just work. And I might have to go dig out the potato quality. Oh, I see movement! Okay, so you're just being incredibly laggy. You're freezing and then lagging. Oh, you potato. Oh, you son of a slut. Okay. So, it is somewhat working. It's just, oh, the lag. Look at that lag. Oh, the lag on that. Oh my god. That is terrible. That is so bad. Oh, that's bad. Oh, that's so bad. What a potato. That is... And it froze again. It lags. It freezes. It doesn't want me to make Scrump. It doesn't want me to vibe with you guys and make Scrump. Like, sometimes this is like the only reason I would ever consider a Mac computer and an iPhone is because you can just send it. But, oh my god, this just... You son of a slut. Oh my god. Alright. I gotta figure out what I want to do. I gotta figure out what the best course of action is. Because I'm not in the mood to draw today. I just wanted to crochet. I don't want to draw. So I don't want to stream drawing. And I don't want to play video games. So I gotta figure out how this fucking camera thing works. For fuck's sake. Son of a slut. How many times am I gonna say the same thing in a row? I can't even get anything to work. I can't even get anything to load! Oh, for frick. Might have to problem solve. I might have to go offline for a little bit and problem solve. That's annoying. That's annoying. I just want to make things with y'all. Why is this so difficult? I'm looking at solutions. I'm gonna just... Alright, I'm gonna go offline for a moment and... Yeah! No! Seriously, it does this to me all the time, too. And that's the most frustrating bit, is it does this to me all the time. Oh, and it just straight up disconnected itself. Come on. Rotate. Okay. So. Okay. So you're kind of... Okay, you were... Where did you go? You were just working! Oh my god, my phone is like freaking out. It does not want to function. Oh, you son of a frick. Come on. Come on. Okay. Can we rotate? Course. Landscape left. Can I get that? Yes. Really did. I'm just gonna say. Like, look at this. It just... This is what it's doing now. It's not even fucking... Oh, and I think it disconnected. Oh, did you disconnect? You disconnected! Woo! Love it! We love to see it. Yeah, now it's just... I'm trying to get it to work, and it's just like, what if I don't want to? What if I just don't want to? Oh, Reflector just straight up crashed! Oh, that's a first! That one's a first! I have never had the program straight up crash on me like that. Normally it just freaks out and won't let me connect anything. I have never had Reflector actually crash on me. That's a first. Woo! I'm not even mad at this point. It's because it's so much just every time I try to stream like a hobbycraft, like that's the thing. I want to be able to stream my hobbycrafts with y'all because I love making things and I make things more often than I draw nowadays. Like I do more crocheting and sewing and stuff than I do like illustration or like playing video games for stream and stuff like that. I do that stuff far more often than I do hobby crafts far more often than anything. So I want to be able to share that with y'all. So we can just kind of vibe and maybe make something together on stream. Like I have plans I want to do if I can ever figure this out where I want to be able to make things on stream with people just vibing and pick the colors, maybe pick the like what thing. Yeah, I know, right? Alright, let's see if I can get it to do this. Landscape left? Nope, that crashed it. Alright, let's try something else. Oh, it froze again! Oh! Oh! Oh, it froze again! Love it! Love it! Absolutely love it. Perfection. 12 out of 10. Oh, it crashed! It crashed! Okay, so I found out what caused it to crash. It doesn't like trying to change the landscape view. Okay, 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 okay. Gotta love it. Love it. Absolutely love it. Also, thanks for putting up with me trying to figure this out. Wow. You don't even see anything, you just hear me having a conniption. Oh, I might just dig out the potato quality webcam. Where the fuck is my potato quality webcam? I think it's in my computer case, which is under the bed. Which means I have to dig it out from under the bed because it's with all of my tangled cords, I believe. Alright, I'm gonna dig out the potato quality webcam because I'm streaming crafts tonight, even if it's shitty ass webcam quality. We are doing it tonight, one way or the other. So I will be right back. I'm gonna run the ads right now because it wants to play the beginning run ads. So I'm just gonna go ahead and run those ads, and I'm gonna dig my potato quality webcam out. So I will be right back. I'm gonna find the potato webcam. So be right back. I have dug out the potato cam! I have the potato camera. Now we have to have the fun of setting up the potato cam. No, Potato is sleeping. Spud's sleeping right now. She had a long day at work, so she's asleep. So she is not involved with the holding of the potato cam. Nope, the potato cam. You will see why I referred to it like that. All right, I've got it plugged in. Come on, turn on. It's got a whole 720p. Let's see. Video capture device. Potato cam. See if this thing actually wants to function. So. If this works, this is gonna be crunchy video quality. I can tell you that. The potato cam is not... Oh, you don't wanna... Come on, potato cam. Turn on, please. Potato cam. You plugged in. Potato cam. Alright, cancel that. Come on. Potato cam. Oh, I've got the potato cam. There it is. Look at it in all its glory. Alright, I gotta move it behind the actual screen. Alright, potato cam. Look at its crunchy quality. A whole 720p. But I introduced to you. Actually, that's not that bad. Alright, that's not terrible. Compared to the last time I used it, that's not the worst quality that it could be. And fucking see my fucking jester biker shorts. I apologize. Let me find duct tape. Because we are gonna tape this bitch up. Because that is my life. There's my duct tape. Oh yeah, my tech difficulties screen. It's the rabbit falling over. No, yeah, it could be far worse. It's not lagging as much as my other thing was doing, and this one won't randomly disconnect me like a slut. So we have at least some functionality. That's all I can ask for at this point, is just some camera quality of some form. And if I just push it, if I pull it up, should be able to get a decent view. Alright. We have Potato Cam. Potato Cam is a go. Potato Cam is... Hold on. Potato Cam is being a pain in the butt, but not as nearly as a pain in the butt as my other devices were being. So, Potato Cam will be like this. Alright, we have Potato Cam! Hey! This is something! It's something! It's working! The webcam is working! It's not as HD as I would like it to be, but there's no lag on it compared to my phone camera. And... oh my god, you guys don't understand how often I just use duct tape to fix my problems. Have I ever told you about the elder bug situation I had a few summers back? Oh, I realized something! My chat's not showing on stream! Hey! I realized something! It's not showing up on the overlay! My overlay isn't working! Why aren't you working? You should be functioning. Hold on, I gotta fix- the chat's not showing up! I just realized chat's not showing up, and that's a problem! You guys should be on the screen. Oh, stream elements. But hey, I got the potato cam working, so I am fine. At least I have the potato cam. Let me fix the chat real fast, and then I will explain the elderbug invasion and why I used duct tape to seal my AC into my window. Let me just fix my overlay real fast, and then I will... Actually, let me try doing that. Refresh it? Type something in chat, please. Yeah, Stream Elements is like, nah. What if we just don't? What if we don't? And I'm like, please, please, please. But hey, we at least have camera, and I'm very excited about that the potato cam is not as bad as I remembered it. Last time I streamed with the potato cam, it was really bad. But I almost wonder if it was the lighting and the way I set the potato cam up last time. Because the last time I used potato cam, I think was well over a year ago. While I wait for Stream Elements to load so I can fix that, I will pull out the stuff of this kit. So, this is a kit I got from Hobby Lobby. I bought it, what do I want to say? I bought it like a couple months back, maybe like beginning of the year. And it's just a Stitch and a Scrump kit. So you can make Stitch and you can make Scrump. I'm gonna make Scrump today. And you can see box is empty. I got everything out of it. It doesn't go too ham on the packaging, which I appreciate. Some kits can be really annoying with packaging when it comes to crochet kits. So like you saw that's a crochet kit. It just had all the yarn and stuff in it and just the instructions. I can show you one of my other kits and like it's so obtrusive to how to get into it. Also, I'm not using the hook they supply. I'm gonna use my hook, and that's just a preference. Put the box down for now. Like if I pull, I have my crochet shelf right here, so if I pulled out one of my other kits, I could show you what I mean by some kits are a little obtuse with how they don't fall. So here's one of my other kits, and you saw Stitch was just a box with everything in it. This one has, so you have the hook, you have the book, and you have to like pull the book out weirdly, and then you pull this whole thing up. Come on, open. And you see what I mean, this is a fumble. And then you have all the supplies and stuff inside of it here. And that's how that one is. And I have had other ones where they have like a plastic covering on it, and then there's a whole other book, and it's just wah. 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 So what I was trying to tell to stay is I was precariously balancing one of my Tamagotchis on one of my crochet books, and so when I went to go pull the book out to show you guys, it knocked my Tamagotchi down, and I had to grab at it so it wouldn't fall. So, alright, Stream Elements. Load, please. Come on. Come on! Also, look at this stuffing. Like, look at the vacuum sealed stuffing! This always makes me laugh when I get a kit that has it vacuum sealed like this. It's just so funny when it's vacuum sealed. But this kit comes with the yarn, so you can see I've got this minty, blue, and then I have various other slight colors in here, like a brown, a pink, a blue, there's yellow, there's black, and I'm gonna assume the yellow's for Scrump's hair. That I think is for Stitch's belly. That's interesting then, because I think those are both for Scrump. And it's weird that they put it like that. And their features, they actually have it, it's just printed on felt. And I'm not sure if I'm going to use the printed felt ones, or if I will crochet my own using yarn I have at home. Because I don't necessarily like how that looks, but we will see when we get to that step. But the instructions are here, and it is just printed out like this. They're just 2 sheets with the instructions printed out like this. So, crochet kit. This one just tells you all the different stitches and stuff like that, but I actually already know pretty much all of that stuff already because I've crocheted for a good portion. I wouldn't say I'm an expert crocheter, but I am definitely an intermediate crocheter. So I don't need that sheet as much. I need this one. Alright, So Stitch's pattern starts here, goes all the way down here, and to here, and Scrump is here. Alright, I need this page to stop trying to fold itself. Alright, there we go. So, I need the light teal yarn, which I do believe is this one. Yep, Scrump, light teal. Oh, they have labels on them. Oh, I didn't notice that. I like that. I like the fact that they're labeled. This is kind of me kind of feeling. It's not the worst yarn I've gotten in a kit, but it's not the best yarn I've gotten in a kit. I really like the yarn from this other kit I got. The yarn from this kit was it's soft. It's very splitty though, so it's not really great for beginners, but I like how soft it is. It has a nice texture to it, so I liked this yarn from that kit. God, you can see the blurriness when I'm like holding something. You can see how blurry it is. Like that's some high definition, but it'll work for today. It's better than nothing, and I will take it. I will take that. All right, I think edit. Are you the one I'm trying to edit? I wonder. Come on, load please. So I do want this one because that's the Scrump. So I'm gonna go ahead and I'm just gonna start while I'm waiting on things to load. Might as well be productive, right? That is. Why are you wrapped like that? Oh, it's a mini cake. It's a mini cake. All right, so that's a mini cake. So I'm actually gonna pull from the center because that's a little less tangly if I pull from the center. Alright, where's the end? Where's the end? There it is! Alright, cool. So I have the end. And like I said, I am using my own hook, so the kit comes with a 3.5mm hook. So this is the same sized hook. I'm just using mine because I like using my bamboo-ended hooks because it's easier on my wrist. Oh yeah, the mushroom! So I actually made another mushroom. I've made all the mushrooms from that kit because there's a give better light. There's a red mushroom, there's a flat top mushroom, and I used the red mushroom to pop out stream, please. Pop out. I used the red mushrooms pattern to make a rainbow mushroom. So I have a rainbow mushroom that I made, and I also have a why won't you show? Come on. Why aren't you working? Because you should work. Why aren't you working? Come on. Could you work, please? I don't know why it's not working. It was working just the other day, so I'm kind of confused as to why it's not working now. Because that's weird for it to just... Because I was testing it just the other day to make sure things were functioning, everything okay. Like... I emulate... Let's see. Oh, there's Mouse! Alright, there you are. I see you popping up on my overlay right now. Alright. Save. Get the link. Hi, Mr. Top 10 List! What's up, what's up? Save. Save? Copy? Alright, let's see if this will work now. Hopefully it should work now. That's a hope. Anyway, we'll see if that worked or not. So to start with 8 single crochet in a magic ring. Isn't the round? Do I need a hook? Do I need a 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You missed the fun of me screaming and trying to get my my camera to work. Because originally I was planning to use my cell phone's camera using reflector, but it was not working. So instead we are using my crunchy webcam that I have. So we're using my ye old potato cam because it's better than nothing. Do you have stitch markers? Did you come with stitch markers? I don't think you came with stitch markers. Includes 9 colors of yarn, 6 felt stickers, hook, plastic needles, stuffing, and instructions. No! Alright, your butt. It's not good if it's a beginner kit too, because I think it's supposed to be for beginners. This is a new avatar. I just finished it like right before stream. I just drew it today. I don't do yarn streams often. I think I've only ever done, I believe, three craft streams in the past. I think I've only ever done 3 craft streams. I've only ever done 3. But I figured it would be better to have an avatar that kind of matched what I was doing, and in this case, it is crocheting. Do you know I have a crocheted rabbit head? I have a version of Bun's head crocheted. I just haven't made her body yet. Look, here she is made out of yarn in all her derpy glory. I may remake this at some point when I remake her body and stuff, but I do have a derpy little rabbit head made out of crochet. But no, it is a new avatar. Because I'm a glutton for punishment, and being both my own artist as well as the streamer, if I want a new avatar, I unfortunately have the ability to make my own new avatar and put myself through that torture of making a new avatar. Stream elements is... Okay, that is funny. Okay, why... So it shows alerts are there. Why aren't you showing? Okay. Refresh it. You gonna work now? Please? Yeah, that is pretty fun. And you'll also notice that if you look at the scarf that she is crocheting a scarf, and when she talks, it looks at her. Alright, next step is single crochet. Oh, no, I have to increase 8 times. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so there is my starting hook. There is my stitch. Get in. Same. Oh! Oh! I see chat finally showing on stream! Yay! The evil way is fixed. Cool. Meanwhile, while I was talking and stuff like that, I've been trying to fix my overlay because it was being dumb. Because it didn't want to show me my actual, like, chat and stuff while I was talking. And I'm like, excuse you, that's rude, let them show. Alright, so 1 stitch, and then 2. Excuse. Okay. Focus, Babbitt, focus. You just hear me screaming into the mic. 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16. Yeah, chat's working now! I fixed it! Look at me, Master IT Bun! IT Specialist Bun. Alright, next row is single crochet and increase times 8, so... I can also tell you I'm not going to follow the instructions 100% because I know better. So 1, 2. Thank you for the clip on that. It is a perfect moment to clip, to be completely honest, so. See, I almost debated just doing the stream as a sushi, and then I was just like, because I originally was like, do I really want to sit and draw a new avatar before stream? Not really. I just wanted to crochet on stream. And then I was like, yeah, but shrimp doesn't really fit the vibe of crocheting. So I had to move this slightly. There we go. Just because I'm leaning, I'm leaning on a wrist rest for my elbows so I can crochet properly. So I was slightly off the center of the frame. Someday I will figure out how to properly stream like crocheting and stuff like that. I'll make it vibe. But yeah, so I made the new avatar because I was just like, I'm not gonna be happy unless I do it. Because I'm a glutton for punishment. But I have to do 3 closing shifts this week, so that'll be fun. So I wanted to at least get something done today that I was happy with, which is crocheting something. Because I have been crocheting like all week. Because I've been stressed. And I crochet when I'm stressed. Which is why I crochet so much, because I'm always stressed! No, I want to update my Etsy and stuff like that, so I needed to get some stuff done for it. But I thought it'd be fun to just make a little, because I have these little kits, and you guys are gonna love this. So since I got this working for the most part, even if it's potato quality, it's still working. I ordered a new kit off of Amazon that I had been looking at for a while, and I also ordered some specialty yarn to go with the kit. So you can see this is a Lilo and Stitch kit where I can make Scrump and Stitch. I ordered a Nightmare Before Christmas crochet kit, and it has a pattern for Oogie Boogie in it. I ordered glow-in-the-dark yarn as specialty yarn, so I can make a glow-in-the-dark Oogie Boogie. Won't that be fun? Alright, next row is single crochet 2, increase 2, and this is where I'm not going to follow the pattern, and I'm going to do something slightly different. And the only difference that I'm doing is I'm actually just alternating something, and it helps with the roundness of a plush if you do it this way. So typically a lot of instructions and stuff like this, they'll say to like single crochet 2 stitches and then do your increase, and they'll have all your single crochets in one area of the rounds. And the only reason I am not doing that is it can actually lead to having a semi-hexagon shaped piece, and I don't like the look of that sometimes, more so with Scrump because she's supposed to be very round. So one of the ways you can kind of lessen that hexagonal, like that very pointed round look, is to actually alternate the starting stitch. So instead of doing 2 single crochets and then increasing, what I did is I single crocheted 1, and then I did my increase, and then I single crocheted 2, and I'll basically end on a single crochet, and that'll make the same stitch count, but it'll have moved the increase slightly so that it's not going to make those pointed, jagged edges that you would get otherwise. If you hear me saying I'm not following the pattern, I'm just staggering my stitches so that it looks a little bit nicer. Because I do plan to give at least give Stitch to my sister-in-law, because she loves Stitch. Like, what do you mean by that from the portfolio? Halloween is one of my favorite holidays. Like, If you want to know how much I love Halloween, look at my cup. This is the mug I'm drinking out of right now. I can't tilt it too much or I'll spill my Dr. Pepper everywhere, and I don't want to do that. But it's a ghosty! Halloween is, like, my favorite thing. And, like, the other cup I have on my desk that holds other crochet hooks and other bobs and ends, like my lighters for my candles, it's the skull cup. And I have another skull cup, too. It's a glass skull cup with an iridescent sheen to it. I have a platter that's a spider web, and that's what I keep, like, my candy jar and stuff on. And my candy jar is a pumpkin. I have literal skulls on my dresser. We have Bernard, Bernice, and Daisy. I don't think can I show? Oh yeah. I'm not sure what I'm doing for Halloween art-wise yet, to be completely honest. I haven't decided if I want to do like Monster March or something like a Monster Girl theme or something like that, or if I want to go really spooky. I haven't decided. Would it break Twitch's TOS if I showed you my animal skulls? Is that against TOS to show skulls on stream? I don't know if it is, because it's a dead thing. Oh yeah, it's because I'm drinking out of a bottle. I have a 2-liter that I was drinking out of, that's why I have it in a mug instead. Mugs aren't just for hot things, they're just for whatever I feel like putting in it. And at this point, it's Dr. Pepper. And at one point later tonight, I will throw Coke into it instead, because I forgot that I bought a, 20 ounce of Coca-Cola, so I was gonna put it in. I want to show you guys my skulls, but I don't know if I get in trouble or not. Alright, so that row is done, so now I need to single crochet 3 and increase around. Ah, motorcycles. Gotta love it. Because I have 2 bear skulls and I have a deer skull that are sitting on my dresser. And they're all real skulls. The deer is a red deer I purchased from a deer farm. And the Bernard, which is the male black bear skull that I have, was given to me by a former coworker who was the one who actually hunted it. He had gone bear hunting and he got it and he gave me the skull. And Bernice is at least from my identification from looking at the skull and what I know of skulls and stuff and looking it up, Bernice is a female black bear skull. She does not have a lower jaw. She does not have a lower jaw. Bernard does have a lower jaw. However, his lower jaw is downstairs in a box with my other deer skull, Flora. 1, 2, 3. Like, I'm afraid to even draw boobies on stream because I don't know what is and what isn't. I'm so afraid after Instagram nuked my account for no reason. Here's the funniest bit. I even looked, and I had been in the clear that I hadn't posted anything that broke community guidelines, but I got banned for community guidelines. Like, the fuck? I'm still mad about it. Still so mad about it. Oh, I didn't tell you guys about the bug thing with the duct tape. I meant to tell you that when I was fixing things, and I totally blanked. I know an ad's about to start, though, so I will wait until the ad is over, and then I will tell you the bug story about the fucking box elderbugs and the hell on earth that they gave us, and why I used duct tape on my window. Skull cups! 3. I don't like this yarn. I don't like this yarn. I am not having... It's not that... It's a weird acrylic. Don't like that. It's bubbling. Alright, and I think the next one is... Yep. 4. But I'm going to stagger, so I'm going to do 2, increase 2, around. Oh. Come on. More. Increase. 1, 2, 3, increase. 2. One, 2, 3, increase. 1, 2, 3, increase. 1, 2, 3, increase. It's now a tiny little doll. Well, not tiny, but it's gonna be a smallish doll. And I only say that because I read ahead in the pattern, so I know I only have one more row of increase, so the head is only going to be about as big as my hand, so this is going to be a kind of smallish little thing. Oops, I need to do 2 more stitches. Whoopsie, I totally blanked on that. Yeah, even so, I'm not gonna risk showing them on stream. I can just send them in chat later. I can send them in Discord. I think I've shown them on Discord before. I need to go check, I had to go check the one in the yard, because I don't think that one's been taking forever to clean off, and I'm like this close to just boiling it to get the rest of the flesh off of it. I just don't like to boil them to clean them because I worry about it cracking the skull. Like, I know it's completely fine and that's the most traditional way to do it. I just don't like doing it. Alright. 5, 1, 2, 3. Okay, but do you want to hear the box elderbug story and their infestation and why I use duct tape to seal in my AC unit? It's like bringing all the way back to when you just heard me rip the duct tape open to tape the camera to my mount. So I use duct tape to seal my AC unit into the wall, and so does my sister. typically you should be fine just pressing it into the window and doing like all like have your foam in the window and stuff like that in order to you know, keep everything out that's not supposed to be in. However, my house is old, so my windows are weird. And yeah, it's a totally normal human say. What? Boil a skull. In my defense, where I live, that is normal. I live in New England. Hunters are a thing up here, and taxidermy is a thing, and if I was able to properly learn taxidermy, I would be on that shit. Like, I would be so on it. But, so, elderbugs. I don't know if you know what an elderbug is. A box elderbug, they're these little, they're like, yeah, big, little beetle type things. They almost look like a lightning bug, but they're like a little lightning bug that has a little bit of like a reddish tone to them. That was a weird tone for that. So there are these little tiny bugs that are about like less than an inch long. They look like a lightning bug. They're just tiny, black, and annoying. And when they're juvenile, they're completely bright candy red. So we have a fence in front of our yard. So you have like our neighbor's house, our big fence, our house, and then there's the road that goes up by my house. And there was a year, a few years back, this is pre-COVID, and I had been walking, and I had crossed the street to walk. 2, 3, 4, 5. And I looked across the street at my own fence, and there's this huge, bright red mass on the bottom of one of our fence posts. Do you want to know what it was? There were so many box elderbug juveniles on our fence post, you could see it from across the road. That was unpleasant. I wish I'd have to charge my old phone, because I have a photo of it on my old cell phone. Like my first smartphone that I had, I do have a photo of it somewhere. I believe it was on that phone, but I shattered the screen on that phone because I dropped it on concrete face down, and so it's kind of a pain to use it because I cut my finger up if I try to use it. So there was a bunch of juveniles, so you know what that means. They grow into adults. Lots and lots of adults. And they don't like the cold. They want warmth. So, as I stated at the start, I have an old house. My house is like 100 years old. And so can you guess where the bugs wanted to go to escape the cold that was outside in a New England fall? My house. So, we had a bunch of elderbugs like at the late end of summer trying to get in the house. They were everywhere. It wasn't so bad that summer, but the next summer. Oh boy, next summer. So, basically, they were all in the house, in the walls and stuff like that. So, they had already gotten in. They were in. Like hacker voice, I am in. These bugs were in the house. They were with the field mice. They were conspiring against everyone. The cats were not doing their job. Because here's the problem with box elderbugs. They release a like very nasty smelling fluid when you like scare them or threaten them. They're stinky. So cats aren't going to deal with them. Not that my cats really deal with bugs anyway. Joey, worst mouser 2023. Joey sucks at mousing. He has watched a mouse literally run across and did nothing. Terrible mouser. 1, 2, 3, 4. And so we had all of these elderbugs just showing up. So the following, like they were in the house, and then the following summer, is when the invasion began. That is really when it began. So we had installed our ACs and we had put them in like we normally do, so no big deal. And then they were getting in. They were everywhere. And my sister is very, very severely afraid of bugs. Um, like, she does not like them at all. And that's totally valid. I don't like slugs. And she had it really bad in her room, and then my room was getting really bad. They were like laying eggs on the back of my curtains and staining the windows, and they were like everywhere. Like, they were everywhere. It was terrible. They were in my bedroom, they were in her bedroom, they were in our living room, they were in the kitchen. It was terrible. So we ended up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 duct taping the AC units. I actually have to use. I have to sneeze. I hate when you have to sneeze and then you don't sneeze. It is so unsatisfying. I'm congested. So we ended up taping the windows. So the ACs have a nice line of tape. 1, 2, 3. They have a nice line of tape holding them firmly into the window, and then I put a second row of tape on the top of my windowsill from where the window sits upright. So, like, you have the top of the window where you push it up, because they were getting in from there too, and I have to, like, tape it up really well. They were still getting in, so, like, we had to go ham on the tape. Rounds 8 through 20. Ooh, that's a lot of rounds. That's a lot of rounds. All right. 8 through 20, so now I don't have to count. So they kept coming, and I was just like, damn, go away. Thankfully, they weren't bad this year. Last year we had a really bad time with ladybugs. I think because we stopped them from getting in the house by putting, like, all the duct tape. They couldn't get in and they couldn't reproduce, so we haven't had that much of an issue with them since. And, like, we'll see them occasionally. Like, they're like under our step now. I think they were living in our old oak tree that's next to the house, and I think that's how they, like, got in, because they got from the oak tree over into the attic and stuff like that. But thankfully we haven't had an issue with them since we duct taped the windows and stuff like that. Right now we just have an issue with fucking fruit flies, but we get an issue with fruit flies every single year, and it does not matter, like, what we do, they will show up, and it sucks. Hoping this year we can avoid the yearly winter fly issue, because for some reason, like, every winter we end up with, like, a lot of flies in our house, and it's so annoying because the cat doesn't kill them. So hopefully this year, though, we can kind of mitigate that. So, but yeah, elder bugs, fuck them bitches. I don't mind bugs. It was annoying was the biggest issue for me. Because it was like they kept, like, hitting in my lamps, and I'm, like, very alert to noises when I'm trying to sleep, or if I'm, like, working on something. So if I hear a noise that's repetitive, I'm gonna hone in on it. It's one of the reasons I have to wear headphones when I'm doing, like, work or something, so I can focus, because otherwise I'm going to be listening to everything around me, and that's not good. This is bubbling weirdly, and I don't like that. And the only reason for that is tension, because the stitch count should be fine, but the tension, this yarn I feel is, like, kind of weird. Like, this thickness is, like, this is the thickness I would normally use with, like, this hook size. Like, I have some yarn of this similar thickness. As I drop it on the floor. Where'd you go? Come here. I have yarn of a similar thickness that I use with this hook typically. Like, I use this type of yarn. This is much softer, though. I like this yarn better. This is soft. This is about the same thickness, roughly. And I'll use this one with this hook, and it normally doesn't have an issue, but this one's, like, wibbling really weirdly. And I'm just gonna go ahead and blame the yarn, because it's I don't know if you saw the price I paid for this kit. This kit only cost me a grand total of, that won't focus. It says $6.99. I only paid like $7 for this. So, 2 plushies for $7. I'm not expecting greatness. The best thing, though, when you buy a kit like this, though, is if you don't like the yarn that came with the kit, but you want to make the project again, you have the pattern. So you can just take the pattern, take your own yarn, and make your own version of it. I do it all the time. Like, case in point, the mushrooms. I actually made a rainbow mushroom using the pattern, but I used my own yarn and my own hooks. Um, I am still surprised that that yarn kit that had the mushrooms in it was, had as much. I still have yarn left over from it, and I think that's pretty cool. Ew! Ew! No one wants moth worms! Worms! Ugh. I like worm on string, but I don't really like real worms. Or anything like vaguely land sluggy. Specifically, I hate garden slugs. Like, you know, the orange standard slug? I hate them. Cannot stand them. Drives me nuts. I am absolutely terrified of them. Which always makes people laugh, considering I, like, collect skulls and stuff like that. But I don't like them. Even when I was younger, like... Sorry, I am... I am remembering a story from when I was younger. When I was younger, I actually lived in Maine, but when I was like 10ish, we moved to New York. And right before we moved to New York, my grandmother gave my sister a caterpillar in a jar that she had caught. This was a fat caterpillar. It was like thick. It was a thick boy caterpillar. I am remembering it and I hated it. Oh gods, did I hate it. So his name was Tingy. Kind of like thingy but without the H. So Tingy. And Tingy was this big fat green caterpillar. And it was big, and I could see its face, and it was in a mason jar, and we shared a room, and I wasn't happy. So Tingy was in a jar, and the jar kind of went under a lamp for most of the time, and Tingy actually turned into a cocoon pretty early on after we moved to New York. Yes, he came with us to New York, unfortunately. And we had moved actually in the fall, like right after my birthday kind of time period, so it was kind of not the best transitional period, going from school, because I know I had my birthday in Maine, but I knew that I started winter and stuff in New York. So Tingy came with us for winter and fall, and Tingy cocooned, and then we just left him under a lamp because, you know, it's a cocoon. What are you going to do? So we left Tingy in a cocoon. And because he was always under this lamp that was like continuously on, like we almost always had this lamp on, Tingy ended up hatching early. So Tingy was a eye moth. I have to look up what specific type he was, but he was one of those big brown moths with the eye spots in the back, like very aesthetic moth. I just hated Tingy as a caterpillar. Tingy as a moth was fine. I like moths, I like butterflies. I just don't particularly care for the larval stage. I'm more fine with caterpillars and stuff nowadays, but back then I did not care for it at all. I don't like slugs still. I still hate slugs. That one is gonna... I can somewhat tolerate seeing photos and stuff of them nowadays, but I just, if I see a slug in person, I kind of go... and sidestep and run away. I remember once at work, back when I still worked at the same place Spud works at, I had to go get the wheelbarrow, and it was covered in slugs because it had been raining, and where we keep it, there's a bunch of mulch, and it was covered in slugs, and I was just... I was not happy, so I ran back, and I'm like, I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't grab the wheelbarrow. There are slugs. And this happened more than once, and I would just... The wheelbarrow made your life easier because you could put all, like, cardboard and trash in the wheelbarrow and make one trip without straining yourself. But because it kept getting covered in slugs, I said, F that noise. And I just walked. I just made multiple trips and struggled because I couldn't deal with the slugs. I hate slugs so much. They make me so uncomfortable. Sea bunnies are fine. I don't mind sea slugs. It's specifically land slugs that I have a severe issue with. Sea snails that look like land slugs are also a semi-no-go, but I can somewhat deal with a snail better than I can deal with a slug, but for the most part, it's just no. I think I've mentioned this story before, but basically I have a cousin, and when I was younger, I was at my cousin's house, and his house had a big infestation of garden slugs, like the orange ones. They were in my hair, they were in my dress, they were in my sandals. They were on me, everywhere, and he poured salt on them while they were on me. So, if you want to guess why I'm traumatized by slugs, imagine a bunch of slugs being melted on your flesh and being, like, in your hair and everything. It was not a good time. I wasn't happy. I was very upset, and to this day, I am deathly afraid of slugs. I've been working on it. I'm a little better, but I will still scream and run away. It is like my one thing that I am just like, no. Please no. For the most part, I'm pretty chill with most things. But that just makes me go, and run away. This is still weird. Her head is slightly bigger than I thought it was going to be, so there's that. So it's going to be a decent-sized little doll, hopefully. I just hope that once it's stuffed and stuff, it'll stop wibbling like this. I almost wonder if I'd used a slightly larger hook, if it would have been better or not. Because sometimes that can help with this tension issue. But yeah, slugs. Worm string is cool though. I like worm string. Squirmels are fun. We love a good squirmel. Ew. The downside of having to do about like 12 rows of single crochets is just it's very tedious of 12 rows of single crochets. I might try this pattern again using my own yarn. I think if I did using my yarn and using a slightly larger hook, could be a nice little plush doll. Put beans in its butt or something so it stays upright. I am so happy the potato cam is still functioning, like, it's working. Ten more rows. How are y'all doing today? Anything fun? Working on any projects yourself? Play any cool video games? Oh, Lucky's the name of a dog. Okay. I read it as like, was it lucky? And I'm like, I don't know what's lucky about a dog eating a slug. I'm also crocheting because I'm avoiding editing a video because I don't want to edit it. I like making videos, but god, do I hate editing. Especially ones with voiceover, like, I can't just put music on and speed it up. I actually have to sit and make sure everything goes right.
Do your homework. Use me as background noise and do your homework. You gotta get them good grades, mouse. Special boy.
I think there's a delay between. By the way, can you guys hear the music at all, or do you only hear me talking? Like, I can't tell if you guys can hear the music as loud as I do, or if you guys can only hear me. Because I'm like looking at my levels of like audio, and it's like the voice is much bigger and louder than the music, but I'm not sure. Because sometimes the music will be loud even though it's not very high. Someday I'm gonna figure this out. It's not this day, but someday. You can hear the music? Okay. Probably can also hear all the fucking cars that are outside of my house. I will bitch about the cars outside of my house till the day I die. I swear to God, they always know like when I'm trying to record audio or something. Because I was trying to record the axolotl keychain video, and I swear it knew. Like every car in the world knew I was trying to record myself saying something helpful. Because it went bad. You'd think I'd learn my lesson and just use like an actual microphone or something instead, but no. I swear to God, content creation is the only thing I ever do. Instead of working smarter, I work harder, and I do it all the time. Have fun with your Minecraft. I need to play Minecraft again. I haven't played Minecraft in a while. Maybe I'll actually stream it later this week or something, like after my 3 closing shifts. Because normally I would also stream tomorrow, but I have to work tomorrow night instead. Normally I work in the daytime and then I'll stream in the evening, but I gotta work all night tomorrow. But I'm hoping it shouldn't be too bad because it's a Thursday. I've never closed a Thursday though. So I have no idea what a Thursday night's gonna be compared to like, because I normally work Fridays and Saturday nights, and those are like the busiest nights. So I'm not sure what a Thursday will be like. Maybe one day I'll work on like a worm on string scarf on stream. That'd take a while though, because I don't think I can finish a scarf in one sitting. Normally they take me like 2 days, maybe 3 or more, depending on how long I work on it. Like I have one I'm currently working on. Or maybe I could just finish up the ones I have to do the edging and stuff on. I could do that on the stream. That would be fun. Just vibe while I crochet, and you guys get potato cam quality. Should make like a little icon that says potato cam in progress up on the top. But hey, like I said, it's better than nothing. Okay, you are jumping too fast, Missy. Your sensitivity is way too low. Okay, that should, yeah, that'll be better. Potato Cam supremacy! My sister will probably hit me in the head later for that. I think the funniest thing is, I have a mug with a handle, but I don't hold the mug by the handle. I hold the mug by the, like, actual mug. And it's not just the ghost mug, I do it with every mug. I might swap to drinking iced tea, though. Instead of just, soda. And I have a different cup for iced tea. Because if I'm drinking soda, I tend to just use the same mug because I only drink Dr. Pepper or Coca-Cola. And I don't mind mixing those two sodas together. But I'm not mixing iced tea into it. I have another cup and it says rabbit juice. Like, this is my other cup. It just says rabbit juice. It's a plastic wine cup from Easter that I bought a few years ago. And it's one of my favorite cups. I swear to God, like, I buy things randomly and they end up becoming my favorite thing ever. How big does the body get? Alright, there's only 15 rounds in the body. Light purple. Is that what that color is? That is not purple. They say, so I'm looking at the label and stuff because I was looking at this color and I was trying to figure out what color this is. Because it's like a beigey brown. Like, this looks like Babbitt color. It's a red brown. But apparently this says it's light purple. That is not light purple. That is not light purple. You want light purple? Like, that's light purple. Like, that one right there, that's a light purple. That is not light purple. What the hell is that? No. Wrong. Ding dong, you're wrong. Anyway. That is wrong. That is not light purple. Because apparently this is what the inner part of Stitch's ear is supposed to be this color. And they call it light purple. And that is not light purple. Stitch soft blue. I think this is Scrump yellow. Scrump pink. Scrump black. Scrump red. Stitch royal blue. So, yeah, it's a brown, and they're calling it purple. What is that needle? Look at this plastic needle. That is a terrible needle. I'm not using that. I'm using mine. And these are the stickers they have for the facial features. Wait. Oh, it's her belly. That is funny. So you can see that the buttons are both blue on that bottom there. But if you look at the box, it's supposed to be, one of them is supposed to be green and the other is blue. And that is a very different color. I also love, like, you can tell how clearly photoshopped the eyes and stuff are on this one compared to, like, what it should be. The photos on here are blurry. The photos on it are blurry. That's funny. That's funny. That is funny. Ding dong, you're wrong. I do know that if I'm gonna make Stitch later, I might just use my own yarn to make him, to be completely honest. I'm gonna see how Scrump comes out, and then I'll decide that one later. I'm only making Scrump today. I'm not gonna make Stitch as well. Because, I mean, we're already like an hour and a half in, and I'm not even done Scrump's head. But that makes me kind of just go,
You sure about that, buddy? You sure about that? That is not light purple.
like, as someone whose yarn collection is like primarily purple, like, if I showed you a brunt of the colors that I have in my yarn stash, it is mostly purples. I have a lot of purples, I have a lot of blue, I have a lot of black. And a lot of multicolors, but that's because I like multicolor. But that is not, no, that is not purple. That is not light purple. That is brown. Like, I have other colors. Like, I have brown. I have literally brown on my bed that looks almost like that. It's just slightly lighter. That is not a light purple. Yeah, it has a purple hue to it. It is a warm brown. But that is brown. That is like the same color I draw the Babbit with. That is not purple. I am upset about that now. Like, my backdrop is purple. That is not purple. Well, this is blue and purple. It's primarily purple. The colors are super washed out on screen, though, and I do apologize for that. But that's
camera quality.
It sucks. Everything is a bit brighter, except my skin. I'm pale as shit. That's right. I am that pale. So, but the color blue is a nice minty teal blue. It's actually very similar to a blue that I just used the other day. So I actually do have this like almost exact color in a nice soft yarn, and actually I might make another scrump using that yarn and the pattern. But I'm gonna see how this all comes out first, and then we'll decide on that. Because I'm looking at the box and stuff like that too, and I'm kind of wondering now, as I'm working on this, I'm wondering if those pictures are the actual products that you will like make from this pattern, or, hear me out, they stole the images and made their own patterns and didn't use their own images of the patterns. I'm not sure. It's conspiracy theory. Or it's just really, really poorly photoshopped on the box. Because it's just like the image quality on the box is very bad. But this is from Hobby Lobby, so who fucking knows? Dun, dun, dun. You remember something and you just have to laugh a little. I'm remembering the reason they don't use barcodes is barcodes are of the devil. Like, I read that somewhere that barcodes hold the devil in them. Makes me snicker. Makes me laugh. I wonder if this is gonna be enough yarn. I hope it is. This kit having the exact opposite problem with my other kit that I did. See, I only wonder that because I do know there's another Disney kit I saw. So the reason I make that comment is last time I was in a Hobby Lobby, I saw another kit for crochet, and it was a I want to say it was Belle, and I knew that Belle picture they used on the box is from another kit, and it's a kit that I want to purchase, that I've been trying to purchase. Is it's this Disney Princess crochet kit, and it's very hard to find because it's out of print technically. So if you find, it's on Amazon and I'm waiting for next payday to buy it. I bought the Nightmare Before Christmas one because that one was more important to me. But I do want to get this princess one because it does have a very cute Ariel pattern in it. And yeah, I can make my own patterns. Like, I've made my own mermaid dolls before. That's not a big deal. But sometimes it's nice to just have a kit to just kind of do for fun. Like, even this one, like, I might make comments on it, but it's still fun to just make something with a kit without having to overthink it and, like, have the supplies. And I want to see how this kit does because I want to get the Disney Princess kit because I saw a YouTuber try to do it and review it and struggled really, really hard with it. And I want to see if it's just because that person had never crocheted before and that's why that was a struggle for them, or if the kit itself is bad, because I've had cases like that where a kit is actually just bad. I thankfully am decent enough at crocheting where it's like, if a kit is bad, I can still make it work and get the end product that I want to have. But so in this case, it's like I recognize the bell on the box at the Hobby Lobby store for that kit was the same bell that is used in the Disney Princess kit that is an officially licensed Disney Princess kit that I want to buy. And that's what makes me kind of wonder if it is the same kit or not, and if they have permission to do that, or if it is in fact stolen, because I wouldn't put it past it. Sucks. It's like, yeah. I have words about Hobby Lobby. I like their yarn. It's my favorite type of yarn, and it's like one of the only places I can get yarn around here. Even though I still have to drive like 2.5 hours. But there are some other things I don't agree with. And yeah, it's something about the devil in the barcode. I'm not 100%. Don't quote me on it. I don't remember the full story off the top of my head. It's just one of those things that I've heard about in the past. And it lives rent-free in my head. So I remember it. However, I can't fully remember the whole thing off the top of my head. It's just one of those facts that like lives partially in your brain. Sure. But Hobby Lobby controversies is its whole own thing, and I'm not getting into that. I don't wanna get into that. But the yarn is soft. For the most part, when you get the actual like Hobby Lobby yarn and stuff. I love the colors that you can get from some of the yarn. Plus, I work on a budget. So yeah, I'm curious to see how this plushie will actually turn out, if it'll actually look anything remotely like the picture or not, considering the fact that you can kind of tell that it's slightly photoshopped on the box itself. And I'm kind of curious. I'm gonna look something up real fast. I want to know. Babbitt's curious. Babbitt has curiosity in their bones. Also, the Hobby Lobby website has been down for maintenance since like the middle of last night, and I'm so upset because I wanted to look at something and I can't. Maybe they are official then. I'm looking at it and I see other pictures and stuff, and it looks like they might actually just be... Huh, fascinating. Interesting. Wild. So... you make that joke. However, there was a series that I used to read. You make that joke about barcodes. But there was a series that I used to read called like uglies and pretties and specials, and they had barcode tattoos, and it like if I'm remembering which series it was correctly, this person had there were multiple series that fell in the same kind of universe, but they had like a code that would like identify where you were and stuff like that. Oh, that was such a messed up. It's so post-apocalyptic when I think about it. Oh, I'm thinking about that series now. That series, like,
Damn.
well, basically, you were an ugly till you reached a certain age, and then you got the surgery, and then you became like this bubbly, giddy, like plastic surgery, like super popular, pretty, and you got to do everything. And then it turned out it was all a scheme, and there was like mind control involved, and there was like. It was intense. Da, 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 da. Alright. How many rows have I done? And I haven't even been counting. But there's the head so far. It's kind of lumpy, but Scrump is lumpy, so I'll take that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Alright, I have 5 more rows to do. 5 more rows, and then I get to start decreasing. And then we can stuff it. Though I am still holding fast to the I'm wondering how much, if this will be enough yarn for things. Because you'll see this little, like, so it came with the 2 little skeins of teal for Scrump. And you'll see I'm almost, like, chewing right through this one. And I still have 5 rows of single crochets, but then I still have 6 rows after that. So I'm curious. Also, much like I'm using my own hook for this, I'm probably going to use my own sewing needles for this. Because their needle is absolute garbage. Like, I don't trust that needle to actually get through the yarn without snapping or bending. Because I've used plastic yarn needles before and I don't particularly care for them. I have these really nice metal ones. Like, they're nice blunt ones. And you know what I did once? I have had one of these go through my foot before, and that is not fun. These are blunt tip too. That hurt. I had dropped one on the floor when I was in college, and I stepped on it. Ugh. Not fun. Not fun at all. Don't recommend. Negative 12 out of 10. Crochet takes so long. I apologize. It's not as fast as like drawing for me. It is a process and you have to trust it. So here's a fun fact. Did you ever notice that when I'm using a rabbit for crochet for like my rabbit avatar, she doesn't blink? The shrimp blinks. The rabbit typically doesn't. I think only one of my avatars for the rabbit blinks. Maybe 2 of them blink. I have a couple different rabbit ones that I've drawn, and I think only like a handful blink, but most of them don't.
Why are you eating? What happened? What's up? What do you mean? What do you mean stepping in crochet?
Oh, stepping on the yarn needle. Yeah. I mean, I've also stepped on a rusty pitchfork when I was a child that was buried in a sand pit. I mean, if you want to talk about origami, I've shown you parts of my origami collection. Like, I can look over at my nightstand right now and I see, like, I look over at my dresser that has a bunch of my jars and stuff on it, and so many are filled with paper hearts. My door is covered in paper cranes. I had to move a crane earlier. I have so much origami. There's origami paper, like, on the floor next to me, too. Like, I can literally reach down. And bam, origami paper right there. Just because I can. I used to make so many of these in college before I started crocheting. Like, this was my handicraft I used to do before I started doing crochet. And I was notorious for carrying full strings of origami cranes with me. Because I would make them during classes and stuff, and I would just string them up during classes, because that was how I was dealing with my anxiety. And then I learned how to make origami paper stars, and then that was taking over my life, and I've made so many of those. I've made so many paper stars. Like, it is absolutely ridiculous how many I have made. And I make them still. Like, I don't make them in the same frequency that I used to make them, but I still make them pretty regularly. And I still, like, I used to hand cut all of my origami paper by hand. Like, I would buy, like, just packs of printer paper, and I would just, like, colorful printer paper and stuff, and I would just hand cut out all of my squares, and I would hand cut the strips, because you can still find them on DeviantArt and stuff. Like, people make designs of different origami paper strips, and I used to just hand cut them out, or I would just buy a bunch of just colorful printer paper and stuff, and I would just hand cut them with an not an X-Acto blade, I used a box cutter. I used to just use a box cutter, a metal ruler, and I would just cut all of these paper strips out to make paper stars. But I used to do that all the time. And I still have a bunch of, like, origami paper and stuff for that, and I still do it. Just not as much. I used to do it, like, continuously. Like, I think I used to make at least 50 some odd paper stars during a class, depending on how focused I was and if it was a hands-on class or not. If it wasn't if it was a English class or something like that, I would make more. Do you want me to show you the steps a little? Do you want me to show you how I make them? Like, I can go slower. I just did that fast because I make them fast. Do you want me to go over the steps with you slowly? I can show you. I don't know how to do peacocks. I haven't done peacocks. But I can do cranes, and I can do slightly flappy birds. I don't feel like making a flappy bird right now, though, but I can show you how to make a crane. I can go slower. Because they can be they're very simple once you kind of figure it out. It's just you have to make sure the creases are really good. I used to make really tiny cranes. I have made like dime-sized cranes. Actually, I think I have a bit of printer paper. Hold on. I just had a piece of printer paper here that was just a scrap, and I could just cut that up and use that to show you. Yeah, so I have a piece of printer paper and my paper cutter. I'm gonna show you a tiny crane first, so. Alright, let's see if I can get this. I'm gonna just cut a small section off. I'm gonna show you how to make a really tiny one first. I can actually make them smaller than the one I'm about to make. Me, it's crochet, makes origami on stream instead. But then again, when do I ever stick to what I'm supposed to be doing on stream? There's always a point when I get distracted and then I start doing something else. Actually, hold on. Let me see if I can get this smaller square that I can do. I'm trying to remember what the smallest size square I can get it to do. This is what I used to do when I was in the hospital too, because I wasn't allowed to have like pencils and stuff like that, so I asked for paper, and I was given paper. So I folded a bunch of origami, like, cranes. So, look at the size of this triangle of paper, like, look at the size of this paper. I'm gonna make a crane out of this. And then I will show you how to make a standard size one. Standard. It's just a, I think they're 6x6? They're 5x5 or 6x6, one of the two. So I got that folded. I used to make these like all the time. Because what I would do is like I would cut. What would happen is I would cut out the main square out of a piece of like printer paper. So I would have an 8.5 by an 8.5 square. And then I would have this strip left over. So I would fold that strip into as many squares as I could get. And then I would fold that strip that was left into even more squares that I could get, and it would just get progressively smaller and smaller until it was like a ridiculously sized. Like the potato cam is so weak it can't even really pick up my folding that I'm doing right now on this tiny little piece of printer paper. And it's not the best one because I tore the paper, so it has bad edges, but it's also printer paper that I licked. So I don't expect it to be good. Anyway. Tiny crane. So I used to make these periodically in school too. Like I would use post-it notes and stuff to just make these itty bitty little cranes, and I still have a bunch of the ones that I used to make. Anyway, I'll show you a more normal sized crane. So when you're making a paper crane, the way I do it is I fold this in half one way, and then I crease it with my nails. So I have decent nails, so I will use that to crease it, and it makes this really nice sharp line. So you open it back up, so make sure this is called a mountain folds. So you see how it looks like a mountain when it's folded? That's a mountain fold. So you want that top part like that, and then you're gonna flip it so you have the crease, and then you're just gonna fold in half the opposite direction. Just like that. Crease it again. Oh.
Go figure, I'm trying to show something and I get an ad.
I will wait. I see the ad in progress. So I will crochet a little bit more while I wait on the ad. Doing the origami also helps rest my wrist a little bit so that I'm not gonna hurt myself badly, because you can get some really bad wrist pain if you crochet for too long in one go without a small break. So the distraction is sometimes needed.
Has the ads released, y'all? Are you released from the ads?
Because I could see on my end that an ad break had started, so I paused what I was doing with the crane.
So once you give me confirmation that you're back and I can continue the crane lesson.
Because there's definitely a delay I'm noticing from like how you react to things and what I'm talking about. There is a delay. Like there is a latency delay I'm noticing. I should have drawn the rabbit with her tongue sticking out when she's in focused mode. Because that's what I do when I'm focusing. I stick my tongue out. I used to do it as a kid and then I stopped. Ad didn't get you? Well, maybe you just escaped it. But, alright. So you can see that we folded it in half this way, and we folded it in half this way. And you can see that the crease is all up. See how the crease is up on all of the sides? So we fold it over. So you see we got the internal crease, and then we're going to fold it into a triangle one way. And you want all the sharp edges on the outside. So you can see this still has all the creases up. Crease up, crease up, crease up. Put the creases down. Fold it in triangle the other way. And you should have it so all of your creases, you can see that they're all up. And then if you fold it over, all the creases are down like that. So what we're going to do is fold it into a triangle again. So you have it like this, holding it towards you. You're going to take this side, and you'll see how how that wants to kind of push. So you're going to take that and lie it flat and right on the crease. So you see the crease that was facing up, fold it in. So now it's tucked in there like that. So see how, and then again on the other side, so you see it creases up like this. So push it down so that it's in, and then fold it in half, and then make sure everything is nice and neat. And now you have a diamond shaped. And then if you flip it, you can see you've got that piece right there. So what we're going to do is you have your diamond, and you can see you have this one big flap here, and then you can see the two folded over sections. So we're going to take this side, So you can see right there. And we're going to fold it right, kiss the center crease here. You should have a very defined crease line, and you just fold it right over to there. Make sure it's nice and crisp. Flip it over so you have this side now. So see right there, you got the two pieces, and you're going to again kiss the crease with that little triangle. So, and then make sure that it's all crisp. So see, it's like that. And we're going to, which step? Which one? Which step? Which step did you miss? Do you think there's a lag? That's the problem.
Sippy sippy, stay hydrated.
All right. So you did get to the two creases. So one crease, two crease, three crease, four, so you're at this stage when you have the triangle facing towards you. Correct? So right here. Yeah, there's a decent bit of lag. All right. So, once we're here, so you have your triangle, you have the creases. So we take it, hold it, turn sideways. So you can see here, you have this end here. So triangle, this is your middle seam. One crease, two crease. You're going to take this crease that's on the top edge of your triangle and you're going to invert it like this. So it goes from being like this, and we're going to bring it down. So see that diamond shape, and then you're going to fold it over. Does that make sense? So from up to down, and then fold it in half like that. And then just make sure that it's all smoothed away, just like that. And then again on this side, so you have, this was the triangle. So this is the upper top part of the triangle. You're going to take that, fold it down towards this middle crease, and then you're going to fold this in half. So now you should have a diamond.
We good? We good? We following along? Got it figured out? Let me know when you get to this step.
And I'll just work on Scrump while I wait for you to catch up on the origami. I assume you're making one as I'm doing it too, that's why. And I'm obviously not the best at teaching origami. I just make cranes and stars pretty much. Alright, so you're at the diamond stage. So, on your diamond, you should have a flat side. You can see that this is nice and flat. This is a single piece. So, you can see you could flip that up. We're not going to flip it up. I'm just showing you to make sure you can see that you have this is flat, a solid piece, and then you have the folded piece on the side. So, we're going to turn it slightly, and we're going to take this flap. So, this is, you can see this is a flap that has two sides to it. So, like, you can see there's the two pieces. So this is a fold. You take this side of the diamond and you're going to fold it, kiss that center crease. So just like that. So kiss it like that. And then you repeat that on the other side, where you just take the one flap and fold it over and make sure everything's creased nicely. Just like that. Nice and creased. Let me know when you get to this step, and then I will show you more. I'm just realizing I chose a crochet. My stitch marker is like the same color as the yarn I'm using. That's pretty funny. Right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 9, 11, 12, 18. 2 more rows. Okay. Almost there. And then I get to start decreasing. They refer to Scrump as a he in this pattern, which is kinda weird, because Lilo specifically says she in the film. Okay, so you're at the step. So we're going to flip it over, and we're going to do the same thing on the other side. So take the edge and fold it right to the center, and then do the same on the other half. And then you'll be left with this kind of kite-shaped. And I just go and I crease the edge again just to make sure. But you should have this nice kite-shaped. So let me know when you're at the kite. I'm looking at the stuffing, and I hope that fluffs up a lot more when I cut into the bag. Okay, we're at the kite. So you'll see that you have the top of your flaps here. There's this nice flat line where so you have a diamond up, you have a triangle up, triangle down. So you're going to take this upper triangle and fold it right along that upper part. Just like that. And then you're going to flip it over and you're going to fold it back the other way. So you're just going to make sure that it's nicely creased on both halves. So you're making a nice fold line. So you can see that we have that fold line and it's on both sides. So we have a fold line there and we have a fold line here on your kite. So let me know when you have that fold done and we'll move on to the next step because we're almost there. I used to make, so my internship in college, I actually did an installation piece with a couple of teachers at my college. And I actually was the one who kind of helped come up with a slight idea. And we basically made a bunch of origami lilies with poetry starters on them to try to get people to read, to like write their own poems and stuff. And we supplied, like, some of the lilies had pencils as stems. And if you unfolded the lily, you would have a poetry starter. Or like a prompt of sorts. And I made a lot of them. You get a tutorial! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Okay, I have one more row of that. Like I said, I have just folded a crap ton of origami when I was in college and stuff. Like, this is only one of my jars of stars, so I have lots of jars. Like, I have a jar like this big full of stars. I have folded so many. And then I also have like just strings and strings of cranes. Alright, so triangle folded over. You got your nice crease. So what we're going to do is you have your kite, long way pointing down, so like I'm holding it. And you're going to open those two side flaps. And you'll see you have a crease here, and a crease here. What we're going to do is we're going to open this. So hold this crease down. So that triangle crease, you want to hold this crease down. And we're going to bring this up. And you'll see that this side crease is now going to open. And you're going to fold it over. And you're going to do the same on the other side. Just like that. And now we have a long diamond. So, and again, you flip it over, and I'll show you again because I have to do it on the other side. So you're going to open the two flaps of your kite, and then you're going to take this part, only the top layer of paper, and you're going to bring it open, but you want to make sure that you're folding it right along that crease. And this crease is going to invert on the wing, right here. This side piece will invert. So, you can just fold it over like that, and fold it over like that, and you'll get it nice. You have this nice long triangle now. This long diamond, not triangle. Let me know when you get to this stage with a long diamond on both sides. So, and you'll be able to, like, once you get to the stage, you can kind of fold this down. You can see that the triangle is still there in the middle. Just keep them up like that. You want it up. I'm not the best at teaching things either, is the problem. I'm very bad at explaining. I'm better at just doing. So when I have to actually, a lot of the things that I do them primarily just without thinking on it. So it's hard for me to like have to stop and try to explain what I'm doing. Which is why it's like I have had so many people ask me to make this tutorial to make the beaded axolotls that I make. And it's like, I have reshot that video so many times trying to explain how to do it. And I think I finally have a good take. And I'm gonna try to edit it down. I'm leaving it at full length. I'm not editing it down. But I want to, like, at least, like, add some text and stuff to it to make it easier to follow.
Add some music in the
background because there are long periods of time of me not talking. This pattern uses some really weird numbers. Like, this head starts with an 8, and then I'm looking and the body starts with a 7. Those are not normal numbers you typically start with crochet. Alright. I can actually... Lucky for us, I have the one I started and I had to start over. Because the lag behind a step. Let me just get this back to the diamond stage. So you have your triangle, you have your kite. So you have your kite, and then you see you have the 2 flaps on top that you had folded over. So open those. So you'll have the standard diamond you had before. You're only lifting this top layer like this. You grab this layer and you bring it up. I'm keeping my finger right here on the triangle, and then you want to fold it on that line of the triangle. So see that line you creased on the triangle? Here, let me flip it around so you can kind of see this. So you're folding it right there on that triangle. And what you're going to do is see this crease right here and this crease right here are going to be folded inverted. So they were folded like this. We're going to fold it the other way around, if that makes sense. So you want to, and another angle is, see like this. So basically it was down like this, and you're going to lift it up like this, and then you're basically going to just smooth the folds down so that it will lay flat, because you've already pre-creased it in those areas to allow it to lay down flat. And I can show you on the other side again. And I can actually fold this side down so it's out of the way. So you have your 2 flaps on your kite, you open them, and then you're going to grab just the top layer, and then you want to pop it open. So like a bird beak. Funny enough, I'm using yellow, so this looks like a bird beak. So you open it, and you hold that part down in the middle. You just want this top piece up, and you'll see these naturally want to curl inward, and you're going to let them. So you already have the crease marks there. So you have that crease right there. You're just going to take it and fold it right along that crease you already have. And then same thing on the other side. You already have the crease there. So you're going to fold it right along that crease that you have already created. Just like that. And then you will end up with this diamond shaped once more. But instead of it, so you should have a diamond like this. And one side of the diamond you can flip part down and you'll see your triangle there. And then on the other side you'll see you have these 2 little stubby pieces. Like these almost leg pieces. Let me know if that worked out, and let me know when you're at that step. Because the next step is almost completion. Because we're going to do the final folds before we turn it to give it its head. And actually, if you wanted to, at this stage is when you can make it into a flapping bird, which are ones I have on my windowsill. And basically those ones you can pull on the edges and it'll somewhat flap its wings. However, I find they don't look nearly as elegant as a crane does. I like the cranes. I almost wonder if a different paper than the yellow would work better. I have other colors, but my origami box is over by the door. feel like this song is the worst backing music to try to show you how the relaxing art of folding an origami crane. Just fucking boss music out here. I can tell it's fall because I haven't had to turn my AC on at all today. I have just been able to use a window fan, and I could tell that fall is coming, and it makes me so excited.
Like pumpkin spice, bitches.
My sister hates pumpkin spice because most things that call themselves pumpkin spice don't have pumpkin in it, and she gets so mad. Meanwhile, me over here covered in pumpkin spice. Because I like pumpkin spice. I like pumpkin. Pumpkin's one of my favorite flavors. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Okay. So all those main rows are done. Now I get to decrease. Alright. Single crochet 5, decrease. Did you crease it properly? Do you want me to... Do you want... Pumpkin spice eggnog is good, though. Like, if we're talking pumpkin spice eggs, pumpkin spice eggnog is good. I just wish eggnog didn't absolutely destroy my intestines. Mouse, would it be easier if I grabbed a different color paper, do you think? To show you what I'm doing? One, two, three, 4, 5. Ugh. Our mouth settings are off again. 1, 2. There it is. 1, 2. 1, 2. There we go. Alright. You want me to grab another color paper? Alright, I'm gonna mute my mic just a moment because I just have to take my headphone off to get my paper box because my headphone cord is long, but it's not that long. Alright, you guys get to see my origami box. This is just what I keep my origami paper in. It is a little bit of a mess, but that's just because I'm a mess. Oh yeah, I was doing a star one. I forgot that I had this container. Alright, let's see what colors the Babbitt's got cooking. That's paper star paper. Alright, let's see what Babbitt's got cooking here. What might be easier to see? I'll just pull out a couple sheets of all the other colors I have. I also don't know if a patterned paper might be better or not. Might help see the edges a little easier. I do have patterned paper too, so. I pulled a patterned one out as well, so we can try that, see if that'll work. Move my box back to the... Gotta go put that away back later. I mean, I'm not Japanese either. I'm whiter than white bread. I'm whiter than Wonder Bread. Like, let's be real. Alright, so I'll try it with this patterned paper. It might make it easier to see because one side is solid white and one side is the color. So I'll do it from this and see if that'll help you kind of figure it out. If not, I have other solid colors here that I can try out as well, but I think maybe doing it with the patterned paper will make it easier to tell. So you have your front, this side that I currently have up, this is the side that's going to be on the outside of your crane. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to flip it over. So the side that's got, this is the inside of your crane. I'm going to fold it in half this way, crease it, I'm going to open it back up, so, and then I'm going to fold it in half again. Crease it, open it back up, and then I'm going to fold it again. And something that could potentially help you, so you have the triangle, and then I'm going to fold it again, and I'm going to triangle and crease it. So something that potentially can help, I don't personally do this because normally I can crease it fine, but what could help is if you actually invert all your creases and give them a two-way crease. This does lessen the strength of some of the paper, but it can help make it a little easier when it comes to folding it later on. So I've just gone and recreased it all the other sides, so now I can crease it either way. So you have your paper, and we're going to make sure that it's folded like this. So you have your triangle, and you have your outside. You can see your outside here. And I'm going to take this side, so you have your edge, fold it in, so you can see your outside paper still here, and fold that in half. And then I'm going to repeat that on the other side, just like so. So you're back to your diamond stage, and if I lift this top flap up, you'll see that it's the white on the inside. So I'm going to take this single edge, so there's the fold, there's the open edge, and I'm going to bring the open edge right to the center and crease it. And again, like before, if this makes life easier, you can take that same crease, just fold it the other direction, but just make sure that you end up with it back like that. The alternate creasing just helps with folding it later on. I typically don't do this just because I normally am able to get the crease to just go without needing to do the double creasing. I'm showing you the double creasing because it could potentially help with the issues you're currently experiencing. Then I'm going to flip it over, and I'm going to do the same thing again. Take that open edge and just kiss that centerpiece. Take the other side and kiss the centerpiece, and you should have a nice kite. So we're going to take the triangle on top, fold the triangle down right along the top edge of those creases, flip it over, unfold it, and then fold it back down that way, crease it, and fold it back up. Set your page down. You have your two flaps here. Open your flaps like this, and then you're going to take this side. So you can see you have your outside paper here, inside paper, and then you're going to fold it up. So you can see the outside paper here, and we're going to take it up. And you remember how I said you could double crease this because it could help you later? This is where it would help, because you want this to now crease inwards. So you're taking it from flat, open, and because this is staying flat, you want this triangle to stay flat. This is now trying to force itself open like that. And it will want to lay flat again. But because you've already creased it here, you've creased it here, and you've creased it here, and you've creased it here, it should now be able to flap closed like that. And you should see your outside paper still on the outside. So you can see a little bit of the white peeking through this center. And that's just because I'm kind of folding it messily. I'm not being as finite as I could be with it, because I don't really care that much to make it perfect. I ripped this page out of my origami book, so it's not going to be a perfect square anyway. I am always ripping the pages, so they're always slightly wrong. They're not a perfect square. So again, and I'll flip it over. So you have your outside. So I'm just going to flip this down so it's out of the way. So you have your triangle, and then you can open your flaps just like that. Open the flaps. You see your outside color. Then you're going to lift it up. And again, these were pre-creased, so they kind of want to naturally fall that way. And you see you have your crease corners here. See these two crease corners? You're basically going to bring them together and just make sure that folds smoothly into a nice diamond shape. And I'm just going to flip that back. So you have, and then if you open the side, you'll see, you can actually, if you have your shape like this, your diamond, you'll see these two flaps here. If you actually flip it, you can kind of see where your crane is going to form, because these will become the wings and this will become the head. So once you get to this stage, let me know, and let me know if that made a little more sense using the patterned paper. I'm just going to wait for you to catch up, so I'm going to go back to decreasing on Scrump. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and decrease. But yeah, I'm so white, like, I learned how to fold cranes back in like the 8th grade from a All About Japan book that I kept taking out from the library, because that was when I discovered anime, and I was one of those. And I started folding cranes, and that was around the time I started having anxiety attacks. So it became one of my go-to things. Alright, so decrease 4. 1, 2, decrease. Again, I'm staggering my stitches instead of doing what they want, but that's just a personal preference. 1, 2, 3, 4, decrease. God, could you imagine if I just did a stream where I'm trying to fold like 1,000 paper cranes? Cause I have things of paper that are like, I want to say, oh, how many are in you? Yeah, because I have these 2 squares of origami paper, and there's a little over 1,000 in each of these. So could you imagine I do a stream where I just take one of these cubes of origami paper and I try to fold every sheet of paper in them? Also, this one has the instructions on the back of it. Well, bottom of it. It's the bottom. This one doesn't. Unless they're underneath the, No, this one doesn't have instructions. These ones are solid colors, and this one has a, kimono pattern on it. So. But yeah, that's how the drawn instructions typically look. This is actually the second cube of these ones that I have purchased. I have purchased these ones in the past, and I made a bunch of them, so I have some strands of them, but a lot of them fell out, and I didn't take care of them as much. Alright. You've gotten to, like, the nacho boat? Alright, so you're currently back here at the diamond stage. So, we're at the kite. So you have your kite. And you're gonna open your kite. You're going to take the point here, so you can see this is just the one side. And you want to hold your finger down here, so you're gonna crease along this line. So that line of your triangle, you're going to lift it up, like so. And then it'll naturally want to fold down. So you have your open diamond, just like so, and then fold those 2 edges down, just like that. And then you should have your long diamond. One, 2, 3, 4, and decrease. Nah. 1 and 2. Then I'm going to move my stitch marker. I'm looking at how much string is left, and I'm like, am I gonna have to add string to this only to have to cut it off at the end? Yeah, lift from the point, not from the triangle. The triangle won't lift, it's folded. Alright, so after the 4th, single crochet 2 and then decrease. Alright. You're just holding the triangle down so it doesn't get ripped. The triangle will become the diamond, like, so you know when you have a crane? So you see this center piece, the center diamond piece here? That's the triangle that you're, like, that's the triangle that we've made at the top of the kite. This is the triangle. It stays that way, and everything else will get folded around it to become that center point of the crane. So that triangle stays the rest of that. That is going to stay folded the rest of it. And the rest of the paper will fold up around it, and that will form your crane, if that makes sense. So once you've got to that stage of the diamond, let me know, and I'll show you how to get to making the neck and stuff. Oh my god, if I have to add yarn at the end of this, that's gonna fucking be annoying. Because that is a poorly rationed kit if I have to actually add yarn at the end of this. I can tell you right now, this kit is not beginner friendly though. Like, if I handed this crochet kit to any of my friends who are beginner crocheters, I feel like I would be getting questions. Definitely not something to give to someone who's never crocheted before. Have I ever shown you guys the first ever thing I crocheted? Because I have him. I still have the first thing I crocheted. Well, not the very first thing I ever crocheted, but the very first thing I crocheted that started the obsession that I currently have with crochet. Because I no longer have the very first thing I ever crocheted, because the very first thing I ever crocheted was a really wibbly, like, greenish colored thing that was not any form of good. But the first thing I, like, actually crocheted that is, like, decent and, like, a finished project is a tiny little octopus. And he's currently on my, nightstand. Alright, so single crochet 2. I'm gonna have to add yarn to this. That's annoying. That is really annoying. Because both these teal balls were the same size too, which means they both would have had to have yarn added. That is slightly annoying. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if I can play yarn chicken and win. We'll see who wins yarn chicken, me or Scrump. Probably Scrump. Scrump's gonna win. I kind of have a feeling that Scrump will win. Same. Apparently Domino's has a new stuffed cheesy bread that has pepperoni in it, and boy am I tempted. Not today though. Do you ever get a slight headache because you have like light congestion and you can just feel the pressure in your head and it's so annoying? It's either that or I have a migraine. I don't think I have a migraine. I know it wants to stuff on the next row, but I hate stuffing when it's too close. You do. Do it to both sides. See? Both sides are diamond. So once both sides are like that, let me know. Alright, we're gonna... This is solid. Oh, that fluffed up. That fluffed up. Yeah, that's a decent amount of stuffing. Okay. Piece of cardboard in my stuffing. Look at that. That was fucking vacuum sealed in a pancake. Kits always make me snicker like that. I do still worry if this is enough stuffing for both projects, however. Because, like, you need to stuff these things pretty firm. And if Scrump's gonna take this much, and she's the smaller of the two. Oh, is that lumpy?
Oh, is she lumpy?
Yeah, this is not enough stuffing to make both projects. I can tell you that right now. This is definitely not enough stuffing for both projects, which is something I wondered when I was like looking at it flat in the package. So, points against this kit so far. Because, like, you can stuff it lightly and maybe get both of them. However, if you stuff an amigurumi project lightly like that, you won't be able to shape it correctly. Especially with how this Scrump head is very lumpy. And I get Scrump is a little lumpy bumpy anyway. It's like, because a bug laid eggs in her ears. And she only has a few more days to live. But, like, even stuffing it lightly... And, like, I have it stuffed semi-firm right now. She could actually use more stuffing, and I probably will put more stuffing in her once I do another row of decreases. But I'm not too impressed with this kit so far, if I'm being completely honest. More so, because it's kind of touted as, like, a lot of these kits are supposed to be quote-unquote beginner-friendly. And... the fact that you have to attach yarn to finish one part of it, there's not enough stuffing to do both projects successfully. The colors being weird with stitch, and just the felt eyes being the wrong colors as well is kind of just like, like, I'm not done with the project yet, obviously, so I can't give my full, like, feelings on it until I finish the project, but already it's just very much this is not a beginner friendly project, and it's not really a good beginner kit. So I'm not sure how I feel about that, and like you can see this is lumpy. This is lumpy and this is bumpy. And it's partially from how I stuffed it, but also like even when I'm like shaping it with my hands and stuff to like move the stuffing and the stitching around the stuffing, it's still got some lumps and bumps, and it's Scrump, so it's fine. But if you were making something else, like, because they know they have like sushis and stuff, so I don't know. All right, so you have your double diamonds. So now what we're gonna do is remember when we were at the kite stage and we folded these over to the center in the kite stage? Do you remember that? So essentially now what we're going to do is we're going to do the same thing. So you're going to take your edge, so you have your point edge here, and you want to just bring that right over and have that flat edge right against the center. And make sure that the side you're folding over is the side that can go up like this. So you should have a side that you can split in half like that. And then you're going to fold both edges straight to the center. Just like that. And then you're going to flip it over and repeat that same step on the back. Just like so. So now you have the upper part of your diamond should be a little thicker, and then you have these two skinny parts, and you should be able to just kind of move them like that. Like you need to be able to move them like stilt legs. And again, I'll show you on the yellow one as well. You take this folded edge, and you're going to bring it over, And you're gonna just repeat that on all edges. And then the last, and then after that, we're like nearly done. We have one more step after this. So, once you get here, let me know. So you want to get to the skinny triangle stage. And I have to add yarn to this. Which sucks, because I hate adding yarn when I'm right on my decreases, like the final decrease rounds. I think that is incredibly dumb. And it's one thing, I think I'd be less annoyed if it was me crocheting using yarn from my stash and I ran out of yarn. That's on me. This is a kit designed to be able to work up. And the fact that it runs out like that on one part of the kit, and that there's not enough stuffing to make both parts of the kit, has me kind of like, bestie. I don't know. I'm being critical. But I think it's just because I love crochet and I want people to get into crochet. And I hate when I find like things that are supposed to be beginner friendly, but if I have to like actually do extra work on them, and I'm not a beginner, so I can't imagine the frustration someone who is an actual beginner trying to make one of these kits and having these issues that I'm running into as a beginner would have driven me nuts. Like, I remember one of my earliest crochet projects is a friend of mine wanted me to make a pyramid head plushie for her. And I did. However, it took a while, and I had to basically, it was when I first started crocheting and doing amigurumi myself. And I had to try to figure out the patterns myself, and I didn't really have tutorials to follow. It was mostly written instructions. It turned out pretty dope. It was cute. I need to make myself one. I want one for myself, just for the sake of having one for myself. And I actually, so she had lent me the pattern book, and I ended up making the pattern I ended up actually like keeping her pattern book for a long time before I returned it, because it was just like, I want to make all the things in here. Not that I ever really did make all the things in there, but I wanted to. So I actually ended up buying the book myself. It was one of the first crochet books I bought for myself. The other one is a Hello Kitty crochet book. But the other one is called Creepy Cute Crochet, and it is, if you look at my copy of it, it is well loved. The edges of the hardcover and stuff are very messed up, because I use it I've read through it a number of times. Okay, that's dumb. That is so dumb that this ends like right before the final. Look how much yarn you have left before the final row. That's stupid. Like, if you're a beginner, that would be so annoying. I might just leave it like that, to be completely honest. I might just skip that final row. And the only reason I say that is because I know this is going to get sewn onto the body anyway. Yeah, because the body is left open anyway, and you gotta sew it to the head. So there isn't actually a full reason for me to actually finish that. I'm gonna leave it like that. I'm gonna leave it like that, and I'm gonna work on the next part, and I'll decide if I want to try to add yarn to it or not. But there is, for the most part, a lumpy, bumpy head all completed. Alright, so you have your two skinny legends. So see how you can pull it apart like that? So you're gonna turn it, so you have one edge facing you, and you're gonna slightly open it. You're gonna take this while it's slightly open, and you're going to fold it up. So you have, like this, fold it up, make sure it's even. This paper's a little thick, and it's kind of one reason I don't really like using this one as much. And then you're gonna fold it in half, and then you have, I try to line it up with this edge here. And then so you flip it over, and you repeat it again. You just want to make sure it folds in half, and that the edges line up all together. So you should have the 4 edges all lined up. And then just pick whatever side you want to be your head. I'm gonna go with this side because it's solid blue. And then I'm going to just, you take that edge, push it down, fold that in half, and you have your crane head. And then you grab this upper point here, grab this upper point here, pull them both down, and you have a crane. That's a crane. And I'll show you again with the yellow one. So you can see it flips. You have your little leggy stilts. So you're gonna take one of those stilts. You're going to open the side of the stilt. You're gonna fold it up. You want it up. So be gentle with this. Don't riff on it or you will rip it. And then you want to, while it's up, fold it back in half. And I try to make sure that it lines up with this edge. And keep that all folded in half, just like so. And then you repeat that on the other side. You have the one leg, open it up slightly, take this, fold it up, and then just try to make sure that the edges will line up here. Whoops, that bubbled a little bit. So make sure it lines up like that. Pick whatever side. I typically try to pick the side that looks a little worse. So if I have a nice straight edge like that, and see how that one's a little weird, I'll make the side that looks worse the head. So I take it, so you have your little piece here, open it, and then just fold it down, make your head, crease it, point, point, open, crane.
There you go. It's a crane.
I'm setting these like on my laptop. My laptop's right there, so I'm like putting them all on top of my laptop. I need another stitch marker because I don't want to take the one off of the head. For this one, I'll go with the yellow. Alright, I'm gonna work on the body next. And the only reason I can think the yarn is slightly not enough on that instance is just the way I start it, because I start mine slightly different than a standard magic ring. But if that's the case, there's no room for error. So, I'm gonna do my magic ring, and I need to do 7. This makes me worried for Stitch, because Scrump had 2 balls of this yarn to make her. Stitch has a single ball of yarn to make him. And he's bigger and has more parts. So that's concerning to me. If Scrump, who's supposed to be the smaller of the 2 projects, very thoroughly used up 2 small balls of yarn to make her, Stitch is bigger, and he only came with 1 ball of yarn. He only came with this 1 ball of yarn. I don't like that. Not a big fan of that. I will find out when I eventually make Stitch on whether or not there's enough yarn to make Stitch, but so far this kit is kind of annoying me, if not evident. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Like I said, if this is intended as a beginner's kit, I'm not a huge fan of that. Because see, this is the only reason I say that it might have been how I started, because I end up with a tail like this when I start mine, but that's because I'm doing it in a way to prevent it from unraveling in the future. I do a double magic circle instead of a standard magic circle. So a standard magic circle, you would only cross over once, but I cross over twice. And it just helps prevent you from unraveling in the future. Did you do it? Did you make yourself a bird? Bird up. Bird up. Burp. Do you feel accomplished, Mouse?
You happy?
Oh, who's messaging me? Who is messaging me? Nice! Good job. Do you make sure, on the front there, do you fold it back over like this? Fold it back over, because otherwise he might have a little issues. Might come a little unfolded. So, just cinch him nut. Cinch him. Give him a little squeeze. Now I'm thinking about just doing a stream where I try to make make a whole bunch of fucking birds. That would have to be a stream that my sister is with me to kind of be a shithead with. Find a way to like code in like a bird counter, so every time I finish a bird I can like add it to the counter and see how many birds. Alright.
Uh-oh, someone fucked up.
I love living on a main road when I can see cops chasing after people. Didn't have his siren on, but he did have his lights on. So, that means something. There's a siren! Alright, something happened. Because that's the second cop I've seen, and that one had a siren.
Mouse, do your homework! Come on, do your homework.
Testy. My character arc is fighting with this kit. Thankfully, the head looks like the most intensive part. Hopefully, I say. So, see how fast I can get this body worked up. Considering the head, even with the bird interruptions, took at least 2 hours. Actually, 3 hours. Took 3 hours. I thought I'd only been up for 2 hours. I've been up for 3 hours. Wham. Watch me after stream. I will make the same doll again using my own yarn. Just to try to figure things out. But I definitely want to at least finish Scrump on stream. So, we will be going until Scrump is finished. I got time. I don't have to work till 4 PM tomorrow. I gotta close tomorrow. Which is weird. Pray for my hip. My hip! play Hat Time after this. Not on stream, I just want to play.
Just for me. He's for me. He's for me.
Alright. Then another increase. Are you doing any theater stuff this semester? I know you did some over the summer. Or are you gonna focus on school for this semester?
Good luck. Man, too bad I'm not there. I do a mean zombie look. I do a killer zombie.
Which isn't actually me being stupid. I'm actually, zombies and like injuries and stuff like that are like one of my favorite and best type of SFX makeup I can do. I wish I could find my zombie nurse costume, but I didn't really take any photos of it. I think there's one photo on a camera somewhere of my nurse zombie costume with my absolutely nasty mouth makeup that I did. I did this really gross, like, closed mouth thing. I had to use, like, a straw to consume liquids because I couldn't actually open my mouth or get anything really in. I remember another time I did a monster mouth, and I had a huge row of like teeth that went above my lip, and basically also prevented me from eating or drinking pretty much anything because of how the fake teeth went. Which is why I don't really do that monster look anymore. I do typically a split side mouth where my mouth is fully unencumbered on the middle. And the split goes from like my nose to mid-chest. I need to redo that one, but I want to redo the prosthetic for it. I want to make a better prosthetic that doesn't use cotton. I want to like actually mold like a latex or sculpt a latex prosthetic for it instead. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We need 2 more rows.
Good luck.
Sometimes I wonder about contacting the theater group in my town and be like, hey, do you guys need any costume or makeup help? But then I remember I'm a socially inept freak, so I don't. Because I did used to do costuming and stuff for my high school theater group. I don't act, I just do background stuff. I don't like being on stage. But I like doing costumes, and I can do a pretty mean monster makeup. Nice. I need to buy new paints for my SFX kit, but I haven't really done any big SFX things since pre-COVID, so haven't really had a reason to buy new latex and stuff. Alas. Though, Spud did get the week off for Halloween this year, so maybe I'll do something. I don't know. Undecided. Unfortunately for me, the last couple Halloweens, like the last couple Octobers, have been absolute hell on my mental state, so I haven't been able to actually do anything I want to do during Halloween. Because let's see. Last year, my grandmother died in September. And we had to deal with that. And then my cat was sick, so I was doing a lot of back and forth vet visits. My car was dying at that time too, so I had to deal with replacing my car. So I had that dealing with my cat, and then my cat passed away, and then my other cat got sick, and that cat passed away. But yeah, so that was last October. It was a lot of car problems, cat problems, grief problems. So I was very tired and stressed out. Halloween before that, I want to say the one before that was, I had plans, but I think I got sick. And I know there was one where my niece had a birthday party like right on Halloween, and I was not having it, but I think that was 2020. Oh no, I think the one before that was my car wasn't safe enough to do anything, so I ended up just staying home and I had to like work or something. I don't know. My last couple years of like Halloweens have all blurred together, and unfortunately, as much as I want to do something during them, I haven't been able to really do anything, and I have been sick, I have been tired, and I have been stressed, and it really sucks because before that, typically I would always take Halloween off from my day job, and I would do something fun for me. Because Halloween is my favorite holiday, and then my birthday is 10 days after Halloween. So, whee! Because you have Halloween, and then 10 days later is my birthday! Whoop whoop! My sister's birthday and my dad's birthday is coming up, and my grandpa's birthday. I had to make my grandpa's birthday present, but it might end up being his Christmas present, so I'm not sure. I haven't decided yet. I want to crochet on a tapestry that says Coca-Cola. But that's gonna take a bit. I just bought the dowels and stuff to make the tapestry. Like, I have the dowels and stuff to do it. I just have to actually plot out the grid in order to make the tapestry, as well as actually make the tapestry. I have all the yarn for it. I have so much red. Because when I was making my crochet scarf for Eclipse, I bought a crap ton of red. I kept misplacing my red, and so I would buy more red because I kept misplacing my red. So now I have a lot of red, and it's all the same red. So that's a thing. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Alright, so we're on to row 9, which is single crochet 5, and then decrease. Okay, that one. Alright, I see what we're doing. We're making a teardrop shape. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Whoops, no. 6 should be a decrease. Definitely one thing if you're doing like latex wounds, make sure you do a patch test on whoever you're doing it on, because otherwise you can have some really bad reactions and then it becomes a real wound. 2, 3, 4, 5. with bruises, the hint is subtle. You want to have nice color gradations. Like, you use way more yellow and green in a bruise than you think you would. More so healing bruises, so it all depends. And with gashes, you want to have some bruising around the ends of it because it helps add to it. Also, if you want to make something oozy and gooey on a budget, if you mix Vaseline and flour with a little bit of foundation and the color of the person you're putting it on, just add flour, Vaseline, and then apply it to the person's arm. Add in some like dabs of powder on the outside to kind of like a translucent powder. It won't set. It's gonna remain gooey and it will get on things. So be careful with that. But if you add like some fake blood in there and you do some nice bruising around it, add some like subtle like color shifts on the edges of it using like I used to use what I used to do for textures. I used to get those cheap I would buy those cheap makeup sponges, the triangular ones, and I would pick at them. I would pick them to kind of look almost like a little like a they would shoot up. And if you use that and then you use like your bruise coloring and stuff like that and dab it on, it adds a really good texture to it. But do that with a Vaseline wound and some blood and it looks disgusting. And like I said, it stays gooey too, so it'll have this nice sheen to it. But like I said, you also need to be careful more so if you're going to be moving around and stuff like that, as it will get on everything. Oh, and if you want to have fake blood in your mouth that doesn't taste like ass, what I used to do when I would do, like, when I needed mouth blood, what I used to do, it's what I still do if I need mouth blood. So this will stain. This will get on things and you will not be happy about it. It is sticky, it is gooey, and it is a ripe old mess. Alright, so single crochet. Okay, one more round. Just single crochets. So what I do for mouth blood is I use light corn syrup. I use a little bit of red food coloring, a smidgen of green food coloring. It's just to dull the color a little bit. Tiny bit of blue, not a lot. Primarily it's red. And then I add a little bit of hot chocolate mix. I know, that sounds weird, but I add hot chocolate mix. It adds a grittiness to it, almost like you have blood clots in it. And add that to like the runniness of the corn syrup. But because it's hot chocolate mix and it's corn syrup, it's completely safe to put in the mouth. It is a little sticky and it will stain things because you're obviously using food color. However, it is really good if you want a nice like gooey in the mouth blood, and it spatters fucking great. But again, it will stain, so use it with caution. But that's how I make mouth blood when I need it. Other than that, I typically just use standard fake blood when I need it for like artificial wounds on my body. Oh yeah. I used to do gashes and wounds a lot when I was in college. That was like the main thing I used to do. I did it in high school too. Like I did Spud's Halloween makeup one year. She was like a beaten prom queen, and people asked if she got pushed down some stairs, and it was like, yeah, I did a good job. No Spuds were harmed in the filming of this movie. I don't know. I find a lot of amusement in doing like bloody wounds and stuff like that. It's fun. It's definitely one of those hobbies I don't get to do too often, but I would love to like dip my toes back into it. I just haven't had a reason to because I don't know. When I'm just if I don't have a reason to go out in makeup, I don't really want to do all of it because it tends to make my skin freak out and I can only do the makeup on myself. I can't do it on other people as much. So why spend literally like 5+ hours putting a makeup on or like constructing a makeup look and then not have anything to do with it? I can't even take good photos of my makeups most of the time, so like, why? And then my skin freaks out. so I can't even do it that often. Which is kind of one reason I like doing Halloween costumes.
Hello, welcome back.
Alright, so single crochet and then decrease.
So yeah, that's my tips for artificial wound makeup.
However, if we like the Vaseline one, you can actually use like scar wax and stuff. However, I have issues with scar wax. I have never been able to get scar wax to properly like seal. So it always remains like squishy and stuff, and that's less than ideal. So if I'm gonna go squishy, I'm gonna go intentionally squishy. I also used to use this stuff called rigid collodion. Unfortunately, my bottle of it dried up, and it makes me sad because that stuff cost a lot of money. I think it cost me like 15 bucks for the bottle I had, and I'm so upset. But it basically will cause like your skin to pucker, and it makes really good scars. I'm also like I have to use latex on my skin because I am highly allergic to spirit gum. Found that one out the hard way. That's why I was making the comment of always do a patch test. When you're doing like an SFX makeup, always do patch test. For the love of God, do a patch test. I don't think I've ever really talked about that. How I found out that I'm allergic to spirit gum. So spirit gum is a form of adhesive used a lot for like special effects makeup, normally used for attaching like prosthetics to the skin. And it's you have part A and part B. Part B is the remover, part A is the actual adhesive. And so it's kind of like skin safe contact cement is the best way I can think of about describing it. So you would put some on your skin where you want to apply the prosthetic, you would put some on the prosthetic where you want to apply it onto the skin. And let's see, I think I do single crochets right. So the thing with spirit gum is it's tacky and it can get stiff. I did a makeup back in high school. I actually have photos of this one still somewhere. And I did this makeup where I was wearing a dusty brown dress that I had gotten for like $5. I actually still have that dress, I believe. However, it no longer fits me. And I had my face painted really pale. I did really dark rings around my eyes, almost kind of a grudge-like look. And I used to have really, really, really long hair. Also very much like Samara from The Ring or The Grudge. And my hair's dark, so that adds to it. So I had done that, and then I found this prosthetic for a for a neck slit, like as if I had had my neck slit. And I had I grabbed spirit gum from the store with the neck slit, not really thinking to do a patch test or anything like that. Like I knew I was fine using liquid latex. I'd done that in the past, and I grabbed this neck slit, I grabbed the spirit gum, and I put a whole bunch of that shit right on my neck. I don't know about y'all, but my neck is sensitive. Like that is thin skin. It itches easily. It can get hurt easily. And I had put all of this chemical onto my skin without doing a patch test. And then I went to the party that I was going to, and it starts itching. It starts burning. It hurts. We get to the party, we get in and everything, and I'm not having a vibe. I feel uncomfortable. I am not happy. And so I go into the bathroom, and I didn't have the remover on me, because why would I bring the remover with me? I was going to wear it all night for the party. And my neck is burning. It hurts. It hurts so bad. So I grab the edge of the prosthetic, and I rip that fucker off like a band-aid. Don't recommend. I do not recommend doing what I did. However, I was in a lot of pain, and it was not pleasant. So, I ripped off my prosthetic like a band-aid, and I threw my prosthetic into my bag. And I was miserable. My neck was like covered in bumps. It had the residual spirit gum still on it. It hurt from being forcibly ripped open. Like, I had ripped the prosthetic off, so it hurt from that. And I found out that I'm allergic to it because I put a giant prosthetic on my neck without doing a patch test. So, I really recommend doing a patch test if you're going to do anything with SFX makeup. It'll just save you time, it'll save you money, and it'll save you the extensive amounts of pain. Physically and mentally. That's why all my prosthetics nowadays, I pretty much just use liquid latex to build my prosthetics or to attach my prosthetics, because a lot of the times I use pieces I've sculpted out of like clay. Man, I wish. But yeah, I love costuming and I love doing like that kind of makeup. I'm debating what I want to do this year. Cause like I said, my sister got the day off and stuff, so I'm debating if I want to do a special if I want to do some SFX makeup this year, or if I want to build another costume. And I'm torn between the different costumes I could do, because I kind of want to, on one hand, I want to redo my Decay Spirit costume, because I won a costume contest in it. However, I wasn't too pleased with my facial prosthetic or the costume itself. Alright, 2 rows. Okay, I'm almost done with the body then. So I wasn't too unhappy with how it had turned out. Like, it was fine. Like I said, I won a costume contest with it, but I could do better. I could do better. But the other thing, yes, side effects may include bloating, gas, diarrhea, human combustion. Do not try pill without trying thing. Most of the, like, anytime I have advice about a thing, I'm typically talking because I have experienced doing the thing I'm saying don't do. Because I live impulsively. And I learn from experience. So a lot of things when I'm like, don't do this, I've already done it. It's not fun. Don't risk it. It's not worth it.
Side effects may include spontaneous human combustion. Please do not try human combustion pills without first trying nitrogen.
I don't know why my brain decided that I had to include spontaneous human combustion, but here we are.
So yeah, do patch test, Betties. It's better than breaking out in a bunch of hives and having to rip a giant prosthetic off your neck like a band-aid.
And then having a giant red thing across your neck for like a month. It took forever to heal.
Actually, I think I have a... No, I'm not going to show that picture, actually. I was going to say I have a picture of that costume, but I'm not going to show it because it had someone else in the picture who I don't speak to anymore, and I'm not going to put her picture on stream. Mr. Top 10 list, more like Mr. Top 10 clips.
It's when the pill gets recalled and they have to, like, make new commercials. Like, you know those cases where it's like, it came out and then they got recalled and then they had to, they, like, re-release it under a slightly different name? Mr. Mr. Top Clip List. Mubby. I get many B's because I got 3 in my name.
Biddy, Batty,
Bunny!
so I get to have 3 B's. 3 B's, freebies. Bees! I get to work at the bees.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna just... So I had left this unfinished because there was this tiny tail of it, but I wanted to see if the body's whole would end up covering it, and it does. So I'm gonna just go ahead and finish. Finally, that sneeze was supposed to happen earlier. Like, I felt that sneeze earlier, and then it didn't come, and then I just had to deal with it, and I was just like, Grouchy Babbit. Alright, so that is there. So what I'm gonna do now is finish this off.
3 B's nuts!
3D? No, 3B!
Coming to a theater near you. I still need to go see the Barbie movie.
Oh, that's Scrump so far. Gonna go ahead and clip a tail on there that is long enough to sew. That should be good. I'm gonna go ahead and line that up. Pin this down. God, that would have been fun if I dropped a pin on my floor and then didn't find the pin. What am I saying? I do that all the time and then I step on them. Alright, so far. So here's our little Scrump so far. I've pinned the head to the body. I still need to sew it on. However, it's pinned together to kind of get an idea of how she's gonna look. So this is what we got so far. Now we gotta make her 2 legs, 2 arms. Is there any stuffing in the arms and legs? Start with 6, turn. Single crochet 4, 3 single crochet, that's 6, single crochet 3, increase. Increase 2, single crochet 2, increase 4, single crochet, increase 2, single crochet, increase single crochet, and backwards only. Single crochet 24, single crochet 24, single crochet, decrease, single crochet, decrease, single crochet, decrease, single crochet, decrease, single crochet, 2, yes, there's stuffing in the legs, okay. So, Scrump. Just sit here next to my pincushion. Alright. Pull from the center this time, because I don't like doing it from the outside. So. Alright. Do you think I can get both legs and both arms out of what's remaining of this teal? We're gonna find out. Because there's a decent amount left, but... After what happened with the head, I'm kind of... So...
They want a chain of 6. So with a chain, I can leave a itty bitty tail. 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. This would not be good if you don't know what you're doing. So, I see what they're trying to do is they're making an oval. And the way this is set up, if you weren't familiar with it, it wouldn't work well. So, like if you've never made an oval like this before, like this is not. Not, because crochet is like a knot. I'm so funny. I'm also tired. Alright. Like I said, I am finishing Scrump on stream. 1, 2. 3. 4. And then 3. So 1. 3. Crunch. And then 1, 2, 3, and then an increase. So 1, 2. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay. I think it's interesting too. I am looking at this. So in all the other, this is funny. In the foot's instructions, it actually has the row counts at the end of each of the rows. However, when you were doing the head and the body, it did not include row counts. So I find it funny that the foot is the only one they include the row counts on. Whatever. Alright, so round 3. Increase. Oh, yarn, get off my instructions. I can't see. Increase. Increase. Single crochet 2. 1, 2. Increase times 4. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Single crochet 2. And then 2 increases. Funny enough, I was just doing a very similar thing because I made a sushi base the other night and I'm gonna make a mermaid to put on top of it. But yeah, it makes an oval. Alright. Alright, so next one. Single crochet. Increase. At least the row counts actually line up. And then single crochet 6. Single crochet 2. 2. Increase. Single crochet 6. 1, 2, 6.
The reason I say that is I remember not long ago actually, I was helping a friend out with a crochet pattern, and the pattern I was doing, they had number counts that didn't line up. And I actually noticed this too in another pattern that I have a digital pattern book that I bought, and I've used it a few times, and it's very cute. I like that pattern book. It's nice. However, I noticed a actual account issue in it when I was looking at it when I was making something last time. Normally, I don't matter with this crochet, like this error normally doesn't affect what I'm doing because I normally actually just do an extra row that is not mentioned. However, it needs to be mentioned because of what they want the row count to actually get to. And I hadn't noticed it until I was making my, I was making this fuzzy purple stature, and I was using this pattern as a base to make him, and I noticed when I was doing it, I'm like, huh, these numbers don't add up. And so I was looking at the pattern and I realized the numbers were off on it, which is very interesting. But it happens. But it's always funny when I like notice a mistake in something like that. Like, I noticed a typo in one of my crochet cuts. I don't know where I put that one though. Point is though, there was a typo in it, and it's not actually, I don't blame that one because I know that kit is made by a non-native speaker of English, but they spelt not wrong. They spelt not, and it was a consistent misspelling, so I'm gonna blame the translation, but it was spelled K-O-N-T instead of K-N-O-T, which I found interesting. For the most part though, that kit was good. Funny enough, the reviews on that kit are not so favorable. I found it favorable, but again, I'm not a beginner crocheter, and I think I have a slightly different opinion when it comes to that kind of thing. I don't think I would have given that kit to a beginner myself personally, but alright. So, single crochet, decrease, single crochet 5, so 1, whoops, come on, come on, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, decrease 4. I haven't really kept up with games. So I'm not really sure what's coming out. I know there's some Pokemon updates coming out, and I need to remember to go get my Mew. Decrease, decrease 3, 1, 2, 3, single crochet and then decrease. So single crochet, decrease, single crochet, decrease. Little nubby foot. Look at that little foot.
A little nubby foot. And then the next row is just a row of single crochets. Thankfully, though, I think we're done doing the most of the tedious parts of this. So now it's just making all the little details and then sewing it all together. Oh yeah? That's cool. You know what I want? I wish Pokemon Go would let me catch a Kangaskong. I'm bitter. Alright. That's it for that one. That's so valid. I think for me, it's mostly, I have games I want to play, but they're not, like, coming out. They're already out. I just need to play them. I also need to work on my game. Alright, you got one foot on. I'm just gonna go ahead and pin it on so that it's on there. Alright, you got one foot on. Gonna make the other foot and then pin that on. Hollywood's got something in the water killing off everyone. Sorry, I just remembered a fact and I'm not saying it on stream. Involving Mario and Luigi. 3, 4, 6. But I guess that was 3. Alright, so single crochet, I think it was 4? Yeah, single crochet 4. I wouldn't be surprised, I mean, he's getting up there in age if I remember correctly. Alright, this is annoying me. I keep seeing this partially finished crane out the corner of my eye. She's like, I'm like looking at the sensitivity of my VTuber right now, and like, she keeps flicking her head when I'm not saying anything. And it's like minor noises, like the creak of my headphones or something. Yeah, and she flicks. However, like, if I'm whispering or I'm like, when I'm counting and I'm going like 1, 2, 3 under my breath, it doesn't pick up on it and she doesn't move to talk. And yet the minor creaking of like the headset or something seems to set it off. And I'm like, Make up your mind. Are you gonna be sensitive or are you not gonna be sensitive? Stop flicking. One, two, three, 4, and 3 into 1. So 1, 2, 3. See what I mean? Like I'm talking, but she's not picking it up. And then single crochet 3. So fun. A 2, a 3. It's not like my voice is necessarily quiet either, is the thing. Alright, I think we will have enough yarn to finish Scrump. The head was just weird. So 1, increase, increase. Do you ever make a realization of something and you're beating yourself up for it again? Hi, my name's Bun and I forgot to eat an actual meal today. Again. But hey, I don't have to wake up early tomorrow, so I guess I can go eat late, and it's not going to matter much because I'm going to need to stay up anyway so that I can sleep to the appropriate time to go to work. I might fix this avatar as well, because I notice her ear moves a little weirdly. Like, her side ear moves. I think I need to, like, just shift it ever so slightly. I don't know. I'll figure it out. The other thing is her head looks like it gets bigger, but it's not. It just turns. Alright. Back loops only, single crochet 24. Did I miss a row? 2, 3, 4. I so missed a row on the previous foot. Oh well. I'm gonna skip it on this one too then, for consistency. My scrub just gets stubbier feet, that's all.
Yeah, I've been up since like noon and it's nearly 10 p.m. Sure. I mean, I've eaten snacks. I had chips, but that's not really food. I think we still have leftover jambalaya. I don't know. I'll have to go look. Yeah, I totally missed a row. Because there should have been a... So basically, I had done this row, and then I went right into the decrease row. I should have done one more row of this single crochets. But I didn't do it on the other foot, and I didn't really leave a long enough tail to go back and fix that. So I'm just... It looks fine. So I'm going to just omit it on this one as well. And hope for the best. So, single crochet. It's fine. One. Decrease. Decrease times 3, I think. No, 4. So, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oops. Hey, get back here. Get back here. 2, 3, and 4. Crochet 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Decrease and single crochet. Then decrease, single crochet, decrease, single crochet, decrease 3, so 1, 2, 3, and then single crochet, decrease, single crochet, and decrease. And then single crochet all the way around. Yeah, see it like it'll... If the headphones creak, the Babbit reacts. But if I talk slowly, it doesn't quite react. Like if I'm just counting, it doesn't always react. Wah. Funny enough, too, you can't see it because it's so tiny, but the crochet hook in the little PNG tuber is actually the same color as the one I'm using, which is this bright purple. It's not my favorite crochet hook, though. I normally use a size H. This is an E. My normal favorite one is like a beigey color. I love what this ain't about her.
And then the next step is her arms. And then we'll be done with this color. Alright, we've got 2 feet. So, here's Scrump so far. Got our little feets. Got her head pinned on. So, now she can actually... Wow, I'm actually surprised. So she actually balances out. She can sit, which is nice. Sometimes these ones where their head is bigger than the body, they don't sit. Like, I have a couple of them that they just kind of hang out and I lay them down because they won't sit. But this one's actually shaped the right way that it sits. It balances pretty well. So that's pretty cool. Alright, so this is how much we have left of this teal color. So we're going to go ahead and get her arms made. And they shouldn't take that much yarn, so we might have some scrap of this left over. And depending on how much scrap is left over after all from the kit, I'll probably turn it into like an orb like I do with most of my scrap yarn, is I make tiny just snowballs of a sense. Alright, so let's see what our arms are. Start with 6 single crochet and a magic ring. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. I wonder if Spud will let me have a corn dog. Maybe if I ask him nicely. Spud has a bunch of corn dogs in the freezer. I wonder if I ask nicely if I may has. Because corn dog sounds good. Alright, and then increase. Alright, and then 2 rows, 3 rows. 2, 3, 4. One more row. It's always nice when you like can see the finish line. Like, we're getting there, boys. I think that's one reason I really like amigurumi, even though I don't do it as much as I used to do it. You can't see it, but there's actually right next to the desk, there is a whole like basket of crocheted things I have made. Single crochet, decrease. Single crochet. Decrease. Crochet. Decrease. Crochet. Oh no, single crochet 2 decrease. I misread that. Alright. Whoopsie. I was like, wow, that's way too many stitches. Alright, so single crochet 2 decrease 1 and 2. Then decrease. And then 3 rows of single crochets. So, I don't know if you guys have seen that, like, Pepsi replaced Sierra Mist with, like, Starry Night or Starry or whatever the fuck it's called. And I found out that Pepsi is, like, apparently they have, like, official Pepsi syrups to go with a soda stream. And we serve Pepsi at my day job, and one of my coworkers, I was talking about it, and my coworker told me to try it. It is so gross! Like, it was disgusting. Like, I'm glad I didn't end up buying it myself, like, paying money to drink it. Because it tasted bad. And, like, people are like, yeah, it tastes just like it. No, it don't! It don't taste like Sprite. And it don't taste like Sierra Mist. It just tasted gnarly. It tasted, like, bad. Like, off-brand Sprite, off-brand lemon lime soda that was left to sit and go flat, and then you tried to recarbonate it. That's what it tastes like. And I'm glad I tried it at work where I get free soda, so. It was not pleasant. It was like when I've gotten bottom of the barrel Mountain Dew from the fountain machines. No bueno. I am sad though that it was Pepsi. I am very opinionated when it comes to like drinks and stuff because I'm like so particular.
It's like how I do not like, oh, what brand was it? I don't like Fanta orange soda. I only like Sunkissed orange soda. I think most orange sodas are bad. But I also don't like oranges as a general thing. I hate orange juice. I hate oranges. I really only eat tangerines. If it comes to citrus, I eat lemons, but that's different. I have tried takoyaki flavored soda before. Like the octopus dumpling. That was unpleasant. That was peak unpleasant. I've had like my share of like unpleasant beverages because I like to sometimes just drink random drinks. I have also, this is, Spud hates this, I have accidentally drank moldy Gatorade before. That was also unpleasant. 12 out of 10, don't recommend. Like, she hates when I bring up the moldy Gatorade story. Basically, I had 2 bottles of Gatorade. One I wasn't aware was under the bed, and the other one was the one I was actually drinking at the time. And the bottle I was actually drinking rolled under the bed. And I reached under without looking to grab it, and I ended up grabbing the older one that I didn't know had been under there for a hot second. Pulled it out, didn't bother looking at it because I'm impulsive, and took a huge swig and swallowed. Yeah, moldy Gatorade, not pleasant, don't recommend. There was also bubble tea that I had been drinking, and I had a Caplico the other day too that I wasn't terribly fond of. So I like Caplicos for the most part. Like I like normal Caplico and I like strawberry Caplico. And I like lychee typically. However, the lychee Caplico is very perfumey in my opinion, and I'm not a huge fan of it. I did drink it and it got better as you went through the bottle, but I feel like if you have to have an acquired taste through drinking it, it's not really the best experience. Oh, I love Orange Sunkissed. Don't get me wrong about Orange Sunkissed, but do you know what I don't like? I don't like that strawberry lemonade Sunkissed that came out a while ago. I haven't even bothered trying any of the other like weird combination Sunkissed either, because it's just like, I just like Orange Sunkissed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And I'm also very particular if I have Sunkissed in a bottle or a can. I do admit. And the reason for that is because I have found more often than not, Sunkissed in a bottle tends to get a chalky taste to it, and I think it's due to the light that hits it. But you can get this in a can too. Typically, it's from expired Sunkissed, like it's past its best by date. It gets this weird chalky taste, not very pleasant. And unfortunately, it's a thing I've had happen quite a few times to the point that I actually have to look at the box when I'm purchasing the Sunkissed to make sure that it expires months out, because if I don't, I typically end up with a bad box because stock isn't getting like rotated properly, or they just have like a backlog of like expired Sunkissed, and it's frustrating. But I'm also trying to cut back on soda because soda prices are really expensive right now. Like, I bought a 24-pack of Dr. Pepper yesterday, so that I have drinks for work because I don't necessarily like Pepsi products. Like, I drink them, but they're not my favorite. And it costs like $13 for a 24-pack, and a 12-pack costs like $8 for just a 12-pack. That's why I went with a 24-pack, because it was cheaper in the long run to just buy that. It's so expensive. Like, a 2-liter used to cost like under $2, but now 2 liters cost like $3. Shit's pricey, yo. I don't want to live on this planet anymore. Need a wheeze. Like I said, I have a lot of opinions about like drinks. Much like I think like Pepsi cold, it's good. It's better cold. Warm Pepsi is questionable. Warm Coca-Cola, perfectly drinkable. Cold Coca-Cola, perfectly drinkable. Also, fun fact, if you want vanilla Coke, but you're too cheap to buy actual vanilla Coke, just take a normal Coke and add like a teaspoon of like vanilla, like imitation vanilla. Like, just like Baker's vanilla extract kind of thing. If you just add like a teaspoon of that to like a bottle of Coca-Cola, bam, vanilla Coke. I do it all the time. It was like my hack in college. I wish we had cherry at work for Pepsi. Like, I swear I would drink soda at work more often if we actually had cherry, but we have like grenadine and stuff like that. So I'll make like Shirley Temples at work. But only if I bring my own Sprite, because we have Schweppes and Starry and they suck. 1, 2, 3, 4. Like, I can drink Schweppes, that's fine. But I find that it leaves a weird aftertaste compared to like Canada Dry ginger ale. So I'm not a huge fan of it. But you know what slaps? The cranberry ginger ale, like that Holiday Hawk cranberry ginger ale that comes around every Christmas. That shit slaps. Fucking love that shit. And apple cider. Apple cider's so good. I'm very excited that it's almost fall, because that means potentially I can go apple picking this year, and I want to do it so badly. I've wanted to go apple picking the past couple years and haven't been able to. And I live in an area with a lot of orchards. So, what happens? Single crochet 2, decrease. It up this time. Now I gotta do 3 rounds, just singles. Me at Valentine's Day. Single! That came off way more aggressive than I meant it. You know, I've been crocheting for years, and it's still funny to me just how long some things take with crochet, and I don't think about it. One more round. So that's what we have left of the teal yarn. So I probably would have been fine to just add some on to finish the head. However, I think that's kind of dumb. Like, if you're gonna have 2 sections of this teal yarn, it should have been enough to finish the head off of 1 skein of it. That's my opinion.
That's my onion. Get in the hole.
Get in.
We'll stab you. Get in the hole. Get in the hole. Thank you. Okay.
Have a little scrump body kind of pinned together for the point being. So here she is so far. I'll probably adjust the arms when I actually go to sew them on. I'll probably do those like last of the limbs. Head, feet, and then arms. And that way I can kind of position them a little better. Because right now there's so many pins in here. Alright. You can sit there. Next is bow. So I think this, yeah, so here is the one for her bow. It's tied into a knot instead of a skein, which is pleasant. There we go. So soft pink. So we want to
chain 36. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, and 36. And then slip stitch to the beginning. Alright. Chain 1, just because I know it's going to work better that way. And then crochet 36. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, and 36. Of course, I can't be too harsh on this kit. It literally was $7, so any gripes I have with it, it is a cheap ass kit, so I'm not shocked. Alright, so how many rows? 8. I do like this pink. I have a very similar pink, actually. This box that this kit, I actually bought this like months and months ago, and it was sitting in my, it was sitting over by my fridge for a long time, and then I finally was like, yeah, I moved it over by my bed, and then I was moving some stuff around because I've been trying to clean up. make my room a little more easy to move in. And I was looking at it, I'm like, I need to make this. I need to make this kit so I could stop sitting on my floor. I was like, what if I stream it? That'll be fun. And here we are. Sorry, I'm laughing because I'm looking at the bottom of the instruction sheet. One of the things it says is colors and contents may vary. Images for illustrative purpose only. Buddy, your kit. You should match. Because I'm thinking of the light purple that is clearly brown. Do you think I can finish this before midnight? Or do you think I'll finish this after midnight? It is currently 10:21. One, two, three. 5 more rows. The hair is gonna be fun to do. I'm like looking ahead at the instructions. I'm debating if I should upload the VODs to my YouTube channel or not. Because I think the last 2 or so I have actually recorded them properly to my PC, so they're in the high quality. But I don't know. Also, like, it doesn't really tell you how to sew the mouth on. Because, like, so Scrump's mouth has, like, a W kind of vibe to it. And it just says embroidery the mouth curve with black yarn. But it doesn't actually tell you. Look how this is, like, curling. Why curling like that? That is weird. There's something up with this yarn and curling. Because I noticed this when I was working on Scrump's head, too. That has some issue. Maybe we'll actually get to use birthday shrimp this year. Because I don't think I actually ended up using birthday shrimp last year. I think I used his background, but I don't think I ended up using birthday shrimp. Or maybe I did a couple of streams. Maybe make a birthday Babbit. I don't know, I like making different PNG tubers depending on my mood. Maybe I'm insane. I gotta finish shrimp too. My goal is I want to have her drawn and rigged by my birthday, but that ain't happening. I know it ain't happening. My computer can't handle live 2D. 2 more rows. I think this is the last super tedious piece. Well, the hair is gonna be fun, but... last big piece, I guess, is what I meant. Not tedious. Because it's not necessarily tedious. Oh, do you want to see a... So, do you guys want to see a color I bought to make a worm on string scarf? Look at this color. I'm gonna make a scarf out of this. It's like, it's a soft pink, but it has all these color speckles that I think is gonna look so cool as a scarf. Sorry, it was right next to me and my ADHD said, show off! Show the yarn! Someday what I want to do when I have maybe less of a potato cam is do a crochet stream where I have like a spinner or something and people can put in like different things that can be used, like how many limbs, how many heads, like what kind of head kind of thing, like is it a muzzle, what kind of eyes, like kind of like both chat and random chants together to make a pattern on the spot and then make a critter on stream kind of thing. I think it could be fun. Like I said at the start of stream many hours ago, I want to do more hobbycraft streams like this. Like hobbycraft stuff. Like crocheting, maybe making some lizards, maybe make some axolotls. I don't know, just crafting stuff. I like making things with my hands, I like hanging out with y'all, and I like doing the two together. It's just a matter of... Plus, I finally, like, reorganized... You can't tell because you guys get one view, but I reorganized my desk so that I can actually do crafts while still looking at my monitor. Because I don't actually really use my laptop's monitor. I use my screen tablet as a monitor because it's better. It's got better colors and it's a higher res, so it just is nicer to use as a monitor. And so I redid my desk earlier today. Mouse saw this because Mouse, I'm in a chat room with Mouse, and Mouse saw me redo my desk, redid my crochet books, redid the top of my dresser, which I'm actually going to redo again after stream because I'm not happy. I want to fix something. I think this is the last row of this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, this is the last row. Woo! Yay for done essays! But I just think that could be fun because I have like so many colors, I have so many yarns and stuff like that. That could be just something fun to play with. It's just like, let's combine A with B and make something together. Have fun with your Sims. Look how this curls. And it doesn't matter which way I fold it, it curls that way. Now it wants you to make a chain. This is like shedding plastic everywhere. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 15. Just want you to do a single crochet row back. What do you believe? Yeah, single crochet 14. This also does a thing that I see a lot in patterns that don't mention that you need to skip a stitch before you single crochet, because otherwise the stitches won't go through. You have to skip a stitch when you first do a chain and then single crochet. I see that in patterns all the time, and it's just like, buddy, if people don't know, they're gonna do it wrong. Like, the numbers line up, but then they don't mention that step and it can throw people for a loop. Very particular.
I'm not even gonna bother cutting the end of this off just yet. Because that's all I needed the pink for anyway, so I'm just gonna do that, and then I'm going to pin it. Look at it! A pretty baby girl! All these threads from where I have to leave the tail so I can sew it together. Alright. So our bow is done. So what's next? I think it's just her hair and her collar. So this will be for her collar, and then collar I think is pretty much the same thing as what I just did. That's fascinating. So for her collar, it actually wants you to make a loop similar to how we did the bow. However, in the assembly, it does not mention that you need to put this on first. They say pin the parts in where you need them to go, but it does not mention actually putting this on the neck around it. And I think that's a little weird for one reason and one reason only. Because if you're pinning the pieces together, you need to have space to sew it together. And if you're sewing the head to the body, you need access to the neck. If you pin the collar to the neck, you're not going to have space in order to actually do it. And they want you to crochet this in a loop, and that's not going to work with the way that they have it currently set up. So, that's my 2 cents. Again, I've had many cents about this pattern. So I will not be doing it that way. I will be doing it slightly different, and that is so it's easier to put together, and can actually be put together. So, hair. Work in the magic ring. Chain 10. So, 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10. And here I did the thing that I was just mentioning about not saying that you need to skip a stitch. Because this wants you to single crochet, but you've only chained 10. You're not going to be able to actually chain. You're not going to be able to single crochet 10. You need to actually do 11. And then you can single crochet 10. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, and then slip stitch to the magic ring. That part's fine. Get over here. Get over here. Alright, so slip stitch to the magic ring. And then chain 13. Yeah, so they actually did that right. So that's funny. That is funny. So the numbers are off on the first row, but the second row has the correct way you would do it. So 1, 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 13. That's funny. Maybe I overthink it.
And then it's funny because then it says chain 11 turn single crochet 10, so they did make a typo. So it should have been 11 in that first row, like I did. I know more than you, pattern. I don't know. I know this, like I said before, I know this kit is cheap, but it's like aimed towards beginners, so I get annoyed when I see things that would basically make someone not want to learn crochet properly because there's mistakes in a beginner kit. So it's like, if it was me when I first started crocheting, I would have just been like, nah, I'm not gonna bother. And I've seen that in reviews for crochet kits in the past too. Where it's just like, if something's confusing for a beginner that's aimed at a beginner, then it's not friendly. It's gonna make them not want to do it. Because that was actually a thing, the mushroom kit that I was talking about earlier in stream that I've made stuff from, it's technically a beginner-friendly kit. However, there was a lot of reviews about it not being super beginner-friendly, and I do agree. There were a lot of issues with it that if you weren't familiar with crocheting and stuff like that, it might be a little difficult. It was more like beginner with base knowledge, so like you have maybe the basic stitches under your belt and then you can do it, versus straight up beginner, like has never held a crochet hook in your hand type beginner. However, I do disagree with some of the comments, but I cannot speak for beginners on that aspect because I'm not a beginner and I haven't been in a very long time. But I also am self-taught with crochet, and I learned from YouTube videos and just reading books. But I can see how that kit would not be very beginner friendly, because it does have some issues. And again, I think that's because it's not a native English kit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And I think one of the big issues with that one too is just like, it goes about amigurumi in a way that's not traditionally amigurumi style, and I think that can lead to some confusion for some folks. So the mushroom kit in question that I'm talking about is this kit, and the thing with this one is, typically with amigurumi, you work in a continuous spiral and you don't join your rounds. So Scrump here was made in a continuous spiral type, and you can't really see where I start or end her stitches anywhere. It's kind of seamless. Now you would notice on the end of a piece that there is a slight staggering, but you're not going to notice it throughout the piece unless you're looking. And even then you really can't. However, if you look like on this mushroom, even with the potato cam quality, you can very clearly see the line of where all the stitches were joined for the rows. And that's due to the fact that this used a joined row method versus a continuous spiral. Both work, and they both make cute plushies. Like, honestly, if I didn't show you this, you might not pay attention to it. I know to look for it because I crochet. But honestly, I do think joining rows makes it a little easier on someone who's first learning how to crochet. However, there were some steps in this kit that were a little bit in my opinion, and made the crochet a little harder than it needed to be in some steps. For example, the eyes that they give you in the kit actually don't have backings on them, and they want you to hot glue them in, as well as they want you to just hot glue the leaf and the fruit onto the top of this. And I actually sewed mine on. This is sewn on, so it's not going anywhere. And I used my own eyes, which have backing, so they're locked in there. They're not coming out. Those are safety eyes. They're staying. They're staying put. They're not gonna pop out anytime soon. And I don't think, and the glue I can see being easier for a beginner because you just have to glue. But the thing is, the glue is they just give you a hot glue stick and they expect you to have a hot glue gun. So say if you're like a kid who's first learning how to crochet, you might not have access to a hot glue gun, and I think that's a little bit eh. Whereas they do include the needle in the kit in order to be able to sew some of the parts together. So like you have to sew the little arms on, the little legs on, and you have to sew like the facial features on. So like they already have sewing included in the kit, so why not just have the pieces sewn onto the kit as well and include eyes that you can snap in and make life easier. I also kind of slightly disagree with certain kits and order of operations, but I think that's just a personal preference at this point with how I tend to put my amigurumis together. For example, this kit wanted you to wait till the end to put the eyes or the mouth or anything like that in. However, I think it's smarter to actually put your arms and legs and stuff in before you add the mushroom top, which is the orange bit. So I actually did that because that way, instead of having to sew these in and try to tie off the knots and then pull it through the body to hide that, if you not put the threads through, if you put the yarn through the body before you've put the top on, you can tie a very secure knot in the inside, and the knot is going to be on the inside of the plushie, and these aren't going to come out at all from that, and you're not going to see any ends because it's already woven in. The same thing with the mouth is you can have the parts all in the plushie already and then stuff around it, and that way you don't have to worry about seeing any pieces sticking out. I did sew this on at the end after because obviously I need to sew it to the mushroom cap, and you attach these with a row of single crochets. And like I said, I prefer safety eyes because they're a little bit more secure than just gluing an eye in. And that's just my 2 cents on that one. It's an overall cute kit, and for the most part, it works just fine as instructed. I just think if you're going to be completely beginner friendly, there are some things that you can do to make it fully beginner friendly. And that's kind of one of the issues I keep running into. The Scrump kit is, this kit is kind of set out like it's supposed to be beginner friendly. However, there are a lot of issues I'm running into with it that if I didn't know how to crochet, or if I wasn't familiar with already reading patterns and stuff like that, I might not be as easy to deal with it. So like, for an example, here's something that's very interesting. I noticed this. This refers to it as an adjustable ring on here. However, in the pattern, they refer to it as a magic ring. So their own term sheet does not line up with their own products. The other thing is they have a lot of, I like that they do include the abbreviations that are commonly used in patterns for a bunch of stitches. However, there's at least a few abbreviations in here that are not even included in the kit for any of the projects. So I think it's just kind of odd to have them included in here, more so because like they explain how some of the things are done. However, they don't actually have any images to kind of show you how they're done. It's purely text. And I think if you're 100% a beginner, if you just see this, that's semi-intimidating for someone who's never crocheted before, and you see all these terms, and you're like, oh god, do I need all these terms to be able to make this project? You don't. In this project, you use pretty much 3 stitches. Kind of 4. It's technically 2. You use a single crochet, and you use a slip stitch. That's pretty much the only stitch you need in this entire project. And of course, you also have the magic ring, which I find funny that they refer to it as a adjustable ring in this little thing that came. This came with this. This came together. It's referred to as an adjustable ring in this, but in the patterns, they refer to it only as a magic ring. That's how it's referred to through the whole thing. And it almost feels like that was written without consideration of the actual pattern that it's included with. And like I said, I think it's a little too much for it. Kind of thing. Like, it's a lot of terms, and if you're not familiar, and there's no images anywhere on these patterns. Like, the only image for this kit is literally on the box. This is it. That's the only image you have, and it's the same image on the front and back of the box. That's it. That's the only images you have for this kit. And I think that's a bit of an issue if you're because it is very, like I said, I do believe this kit is supposed to be aimed for beginners, and I don't necessarily think that's good for a beginner kit. There's a lot, like, it's a cheap kit. However, I do think that if you raise the price ever so lightly, it would still be fine. Like, you could still put a good kit together and have it reasonably instructed. Or, like, maybe, like, it is a Disney kit, like, have links to, like, a video that shows you the stitches and stuff like that. So, like, the other kit, the mushroom kit, where I do have gripes with it, one of the things that they do that I really enjoy is the fact there's videos for all the patterns. They show you, they have silent videos that show you how to do all of this, like, to create the entire plushie from start to finish. And I think that's just... Oh, hey! It's the first disconnect of the night! Disconnect! It's been a while. So, yeah. I just think if you're gonna advertise as a beginner crochet kit, then I think there's better steps to being a beginner crochet kit. And again, it's mostly personal preference. I have experience with crochet, so it's not like that big of a deal for me to be like trying to make one of these kits, because I know what I'm doing for the most part anyway. But I just think, like, if you're new to crochet and you want to start crocheting and stuff like that, I think it'd be nice to have, like, you know, just a kit that you can actually, like, just do. And I don't know, I'm rambly. I'm hungry. I'm rambly. I want to finish this project. So, her hair is now done. We get a good look at our scrumpy. Little scrumpy wumpy. Now comes the fun part of it. I get to sew all the pieces together. Ah! I want a cheese stick. I'm gonna get a cheese stick. Hold on. I'll be right back. Whack, my net straight up died. I thought it was stream. No, my net died. Wow. Reconnect, please. Why did you... It's right there. Why did you disconnect? You motherfucker. Why can't you connect? Alright, fine, we'll try this.
the fuck is my airplane mode? You go back? Stream? Did you figure yourself out? Well, that was fun. Gotta love when stream decides that, hey, fuck you, I'm going to disconnect you completely. Your net is just not gonna work. You need to turn airplane mode on and then back off so you can have internet again. Your net's fine, it's just your computer's a piece of crap sometimes. It didn't like the fact I was ranting. I hate how much my headset creaks sometimes. Like, let me eat my cheese in peace. Like, that was fun. Like, stream was just like, what if I don't? And I'm like, but, stream, we're so close to done. Come on. Come on, bestie. Alright. Arm is off. Other arm is off. Pull the head and bow out. Pull the foot. Pull the other foot. Come on. Come on. And now, I'm gonna sew the head to the body. This is where the fun comes in. Now I get to sew everything together. I just want to use my curved needle, but I don't want to. Alright. I have hiccups. I literally love the fact that stream decided that it needed to see itself out because I was ranting. I don't know why it does that. My net does that from time to time where it just like disconnects for no real reason and it won't connect.
Despite the fact there is Wi-Fi signal, and I know there is Wi-Fi signal because I will be connected to the network just fine on other devices. But for some reason, sometimes it'll just be like, hey, you have no Wi-Fi, even though there is Wi-Fi, and your Wi-Fi router is working because you have other devices connected to it just fine, but your PC will not be connected to it. And you have no network. And it's just like, why? Why do you do this to me? Why? ¿Por qué? Why? Why? Why not? Alright. Head is firmly attached to the body. Going to tie that off. That's the other thing. This kit doesn't tell you how to actually sew this on and tie it off. So, that's fun. That is also interesting. I was just like, I looked up to read part of like while I'm sewing this, and I was looking at the stitch instructions, and it's telling you actually to use actual felt, even though it includes the felt stickers. Fascinating, ain't it? Scrap yarn. Alright. Head is attached to body. Alright. What should I do next? Go ahead and get her hair on, I think. Probably should have done the hair before I did the, before I showed her body on, but hindsight's 20/20. Move the camera slightly. Just because I'm working closer to the edge of my desk right now, because it's easier for me to see. Granted, an overhead view is probably not going to be the most flattering thing to see what I'm doing right now, because I'm sewing the pieces in. But that's what we're getting. Come on, come on, come on. Alright. We got Scrump's luscious locks. Look at that. Look. Queen. Queen status. Alright, so got her hair on, got her body on. Let's sew a foot on, I suppose. Yeah. There's one little foot sewn on. Tie that off. We have one foot on. Uh-oh. Maybe getting the other foot on will... She doesn't sit very well anymore. She sat better when she was pinned. Now that she's actually sewn, she's not sitting very well. There we go. So that off. She doesn't sit very well anymore. She's like trying to fall over. I wonder if I get her bow on. If that'll help her balance. Nope, it's Scrump from Lilo and Stitch. Oh, she's still very... Okay, she does sit still. Alright, you just have to finagle her a little. No, Scrump wasn't in the pickle jar. I don't think Lilo ever stuck Scrump in the pickle jar. She stuck little... Yeah, she stuck, she stuck little dolls that kind of look like her friends into a pickle jar that were spoons. She stuck those in a pickle jar, but not Scrump. Scrump hasn't... I don't think Scrump was ever in the pickle jar. Besides, she had just had surgery. Because that's why she got upset when Stitch chewed on Scrump. No, that's too low. That's too low on the arm. Needs to be higher. Wasn't necessarily a spider. Leela just says a bug laid eggs in her ears. I've watched that movie way too many times. Yeah, I put it too low, so I needed to fix it. If I had to pick the Disney movies that I can quote because I've watched them so many times, it is definitely The Little Mermaid and Lilo and Stitch. I've watched those so many times. Robin Hood does. I always remember, I used to have a copy of Robin Hood when I was younger that went missing. And we just could not find it, ever. Like, I thought we took it to my grandma's at one point, and yet it never showed up from grandma's house, and it's forever been MIA, and we have no idea to this day what happened to that copy of the DVD. Not DVD, it was a VHS. We don't know whatever happened to that VHS of it. It just like, poof. Also mad though, because I'm remembering now a while back. my mom had lent a bunch of our old VHSs to a coworker of hers who had younger kids. And that coworker never gave us our VHSs back. They were supposed to only be for temporary. And so my original VHS of Little Mermaid, I think, went with it. And I'm still upset. Alright, now make sure I gotta line this up. Which row is your arm in? Right there. I don't even remember what was playing on it most of the time because we didn't really watch cable. I was obsessed with The Little Mermaid when I was younger. I mean, heck, I actually have a tattoo of mermaid scales on my thigh. Fern Gully is another good one. That one's not Disney, though. Fern Gully is not Disney. It's Fox. Much like Anastasia is not Disney. Disney might have played it, but it's not actually a Disney film. Nope, Fern Gully is its own thing. It's a separate thing. It did have Robin Williams in it, though. So. Yeah, because sometimes Disney would do that. They would just borrow films from other things just to play in their blocks. Though, technically, I guess Anastasia is technically Disney now, because Fox, which owned it, is now Disney. So, it's Disney now. At least I think it's Fox. My sister would know more than I do on that one. Anastasia is one of her favorites. But I do know Fern Gully was very much not. Alright. Just got all our limbs sewn on now. So, can you... You're still a little... Yeah, Fern Gully, it looks like it is... Yeah, it was a Fox film. I looked it up on my phone because I was curious. I don't believe Brave Little Toaster is Disney. No, it is. The Brave Little Toaster is Disney. The Brave Little Toaster is Disney. That one is. You could keep that one in your in the Disney world. That one is Disney. I just always remember specifically like Anastasia wasn't Disney. Oh, there we go. I just had to squish her a little bit. Now she sits up perfectly fine. Alright, let's get her bow on and then sew her final features. I always remember Anastasia because it was my sister's favorite, so I knew that one wasn't Disney, but it often gets mistaken for Disney. I think I still have my Fern Gully VHS. Not 100% sure on that one, though.
It depends on where you look. I think one of the problems with Anastasia specifically, that is not the way I wanted to face. I wanted to face the other way. I think one of the things with Anastasia though is like older. You really can't. Like, I will never get over, like, I think his name was, like, Hexus or something like that, Tim Curry's character. Like, Toxic Love is such a good number. Like, that song slaps so hard. Like, sir, did you need to go that hard? But then again, it's Tim Curry, so, like, yeah, of course he did. Like, it is such a good music number. Jonathan Young has some really good covers. I love his cover of Kiss the Girl. God, yeah, imagine a Great Mouse Detective live action. That'd be... But, I mean, they did do Lady and the Tramp, and that one did not go over well, from what I understand, because, like, there was no mention of it online anywhere, like, when it came out. Like, I kind of forgot they did that. That's how bad. Like, I legitimately forgot that that was a thing. I didn't mind the live-action Little Mermaid, but it's not the original. Yeah, what you gonna do? Money is money to Disney, and they're gonna keep doing what brings them money, and it doesn't matter how bad a movie is. It's Disney, so they know they can get money from it. So, what can you do? They would have to call a fucking medium and hold a seance to get Vincent Price. He's dead! Oh my god, Mouse! He's been dead a while. He's been dead! He has been dead. Yeah. I don't think since the 90s per se, but it has been a hot second. Alright. So that is done. Don't need the pink anymore. Alright. So, bow, hair, feet, arms. Here's Scrump so far. So now I gotta do her collar and her mouth. Alright. She has these felt eyes and stuff that she came with. So I think it's supposed to be one eye That's her belly, I believe, and this is supposed to be her other eye. '93. Oh hey! He died when I was born! I killed Vincent Price. Oh my god, the eyes are so little. I need to move that over slightly. Look at the stupid sticker eyes. They're so little, they're not proportionate. Put her belly button on. Look at that. Oh my god. Yeah, I do. Depends. I have an Etsy shop I sell like pins and stuff on. I don't have any like crocheted plushies or anything on this. Nah, I think he died before, like, I don't think so. I'd have to look at that. Let's see. Alright. I don't have my Etsy on Twitch because this is like only the second or so time I've streamed doing crochet stuff on Twitch. My Etsy is Sugar Snapper Crafts. I have it linked in like my YouTube and stuff like that. I'll probably add it to my overlay at some point. I just haven't yet. Hold on, I can grab the link. Right now I think I mostly have bags and hats. I want to update it with some more stuff. I have to make stuff to put it up for sale kind of thing. If my net wants to load, that'd be fantastic. Oops, untangle from him, please. There we go. That is my Etsy. I mean, the bucket hats are a decent size, depending. Actually, no, I need to go down. I think I have... Hold on. I have a bucket hat, like... I have one. Right here. I can show in a second. So this is about the standard size that my bucket hats are. It's about this big. And I know, like, just seeing this on a screen isn't gonna really show a size very well. But if you compare it to, like, a standard ball cap, So this is my Splatoon hat. And you'll see it's a little bigger, and they stretch. But if I did need to make it slightly larger, it's not that hard to make them bigger. I have a mushroom hat somewhere that's my personal hat that I made really big, and it's always falling off my head because it's way too big. This one fits me perfectly, even if I'm wearing a wig. And the other thing is it's yarn, so it does have stretch to it. Especially the frog hats do have a bit of stretch to them. I think I have the frog hat that's on my Etsy. It's in the bin next to my yarn stash, but I have yarn on top of the bin, so I'm not getting in there right now. I'm debating if I want to... I'm almost tempted to make crochet. I don't like these felt buttons that came with the kit. I don't like them. Oh, hi, Vio! What's up? Hello, hello! Raid! Raid! Shadow Legends! I will stop doing that someday. It's not this day, but I'll stop it someday. I think I might crochet some circles to use instead. I don't know if I have any buttons is the problem. I would want to use actual buttons for this, but I could only find my pink and purple buttons. Yeah, I've actually been streaming for almost 6 hours. Nah, I'm not sponsored. I just make that joke every time someone raids. I don't think Raid would ever want to. No one wants to sponsor me. I'm too chaotic. An epic collection RPG featuring hundreds of unique champions set in a dark fantasy world. Raid Shadow Legend. Download today. Yeah, I started stream. I wanted to try to finish this. I wanted to finish this plushie before I I wanted to see if I could do this in a full stream. So that's what I've been working on. And I'm almost done with her. I have a couple more things to do on her, and then I'll be done. Oh yeah, my my net at one point decided to say, "Hey, screw you," and dipped. There was a point of which my net decided to just completely disconnect, and I had to like sit and fiddle with it and turn it on and off until it reconnected me. Funny enough though, like, you know I constantly have internet issues. That was the first time it had hiccuped all stream, so I will take that over the typical hiccups that I get from stream. Like, typically it'll hiccup way worse than that, so I will take that. Oh, yeah, no, my webcam's ass. I've been referring to it as the potato cam. Originally, I was going to be streaming with my phone camera instead, which is a much higher quality, and it's what I use to film like all of my YouTube videos and stuff. However, I couldn't get it to I couldn't load. It kept disconnecting and freezing, and it was an unpleasant time. So I ended up just swapping to my webcam, which is the potato cam. Which isn't that great of a camera. And I know it's not that great of a camera. I am aware that it is not the best of quality. She looks so... Look how, like, derpy. My YouTube is up on top. If you look, it says socials. Bitty Betty Bunny. It's for YouTube, Twitter. I'm not calling it X, and Tumblr. Bye, mouse! I am not a good Twitch sweeper. Hello!
Oh, yeah, no, I don't have it in my about. I need to fix that. I'm just bad about remembering to edit things because I stream so infrequently. I stream maybe once or twice a month at that. So, if you look up at my banner, you'll see that I have my socials as, and I use the same username on most things. So, I'm Bitty Batty Bunny on both YouTube, Twitter, Tumblr. That's where I post most of my artwork and stuff like that. Um, Nothing is leaked, streamer! Yeah, I'm a bad streamer. Normally I stream doing art and stuff like that, which is a little easier, but I have to fix things. I'm bad at streaming. I don't stream often. I'm still figuring it out. I'm tired all the time. Oh, what the fuck am I supposed to be doing? 25. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 25. And I'm gonna differ from their instructions. Oh, I have completely stopped like remembering to go on Tumblr. Oh, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Boopy beep. That is definitely a username. I do need to edit mine. For me, it's mostly my health has been a pain in the ass again. The joys of being chronically ill. But I'm trying to keep to my thing of at least doing one stream a month. I want to at least do one a month, and I have it set up with the potato cam right now. I'm probably gonna look into like better cameras for streaming quality. Just because it's like I do want to do more crafting streams. Like I want to crochet some stuff, maybe do some bead critters. But I definitely am gonna have to like look into getting a better camera for that. It would help if my program that I use to stream art from my iPad wasn't a pain in the butt and disconnects all the time. Oh yeah. Honestly, I thought it was gonna be worse because I have used this camera. I have used this camera in the past, and it has been worse. It's just low res. It says it's 720. However, like when I loaded the camera up, it was pretty much 360. I had to enlarge it, and it has no focus. If it was a Zoom call or something, that'd be fine. But this ain't a Zoom call. This is me making things. I'm probably gonna problem solve before I do another like crafting stream. Yeah, it says it's 720. Like it's right on the camera too, and it's like 720p, and I'm like, no, don't you lie to me. Don't you lie to me, you crunchy potato cam. But it's better than nothing at all, so I'm taking it. It is duct taped to my overhang. Because I have a mount that I normally use to mount my phone, or if I'm using my SLR, I'll use my SLR and I'll mount it to it. But I currently just have it duct taped to my mount. Alright. Get Scrump's collar on. And I'm doing this slightly different than what they wanted you to do, because this makes more sense. Lies! Deceits! It's true. It's so true. No, I've always laughed at the fact that my camera's like, yeah, we're totally a good high quality camera. And I'm like, you look like a potato. You have some of the worst quality I have seen. I think my flip phone had better quality.
like I said, it's better than nothing, but I think my flip phone had better quality than this. Yeah, seriously. It's not that old of a webcam either is the funniest thing. I think I bought this webcam 2 or so years ago. It's not an old webcam. And I bought it because it said it was supposed to be decent. Lies! Deceit! Alright, so I've just got to sew her little mouth stitches on. Oh my god, internet! Bites my net, bites my net, bites my net. I'm laughing my ass off. Oh, Jesus. Oh, stream.
Come on. Come on. I know the hotspot's there. Connect. Gotta love my Wi-Fi.
Oh, Jesus. Let me wind up stream, damn it.
Alright, bye.
I'm just laughing. Oh, you're so bad, Nat. Why do you say no internet? There is internet.
Come on, work.
You good now? Go figure, it starts acting up when I'm like near the end of my stream. Like, I want to finish streaming soon, and it decides that, hey, let's just keep disconnecting Bun, because they definitely just want to be disconnected. It's always fun. Always, always fun. Normally it's way worse than this. This is actually, it's been pretty well behaved. That being said, before my net can actually like crap out on me again, here is the finished Scrump Doll made from the kit that I have. Could be better, could be worse. I'm gonna reattempt making this plushie using my own yarn and my own, like, I'm gonna use the pattern, but I am gonna use my own yarn and stuff to make it instead and see how that turns out and see if that has any improvement on it. And I'm gonna find actual buttons for when I remake it. But it was fun to put the kit together and do a little stream. It took about 6 hours to make this little plushie, so I don't know what that tells you. Granted, there was about an hour or so in there that I stopped to teach someone how to make paper cranes. Let's see if anyone else is... Yeah, it heard me talking shit and it just decided that it was gonna ollie ollie oxen free. Thus is life. Thus is life. Let's see. But yeah, that was fun. I definitely am gonna try to look into different cameras and options for that to have a little bit better quality, because I'm not a fan of how fuzzy the quality is myself. Especially when you have the webcam's quality of being really fuzzy compared to like the rest of my overlay. It worked for one stream. We'll see how it goes. Hopefully I can maybe figure out the thing for the next time that I stream. But that being said, thank you raiders for coming on by. Thank you to Poopy Peep for following. And I hope everyone has a wonderful night. And I will see you in the next stream. Whenever that happens. Who knows? I don't. Have a good night, y'all.